This is another opportunity for us to learn, to reinforce our belief in the business, and to do the thing right? Because of what's going to happen today. But anyway, I want to sound like Sam. Why are you guys here? Right, Sam? Why are you guys here? Because I'm here. Because probably I have, my reason is the same reason why you guys are here. Right? Right? You are here for knowledge. Right? But anybody here who can define the difference between knowledge and wisdom? Anybody? Huh? Exactly. You're here for knowledge, right? But knowledge just it remains a knowledge unless you use it. You apply it. That becomes a wisdom, right? Many years ago, I fell in love with WFG, right? That was, don't talk about the years, the number of years, but many years ago, I fell in love with WFG. I fell in love with the mission and vision of the company, right? I fell in love with all the people here, right? Now, this is the reinforcement. What we're going to learn today is the reinforcement that this business, right, really works and it can change a lot of lives. Exactly. So, we are so thankful, right? Because the knowledge that we're going to get today is the one that we're going to be using to execute the mission of the company, right? Knowledge, what? Is like, knowing that tomato is a fruit, isn't it? But wisdom is knowing that you can't put tomato on a fruit salad. Can you? Yes. Can you put tomato on a fruit salad?
No. I make spaghetti.
The knowledge that you give here remains to be a knowledge unless you put that into application, into action. Okay, so I have 1 minute. We have 51 seconds. Sam, I know. So be excited. Let's do this strong. Let's close this session strong because again, this is an opportunity for everybody to learn, to reinvent yourselves, to rebuild your business, to reinforce your belief that WFG works for everybody as long as you have the passion to do it, right? All right, are you guys ready?
Yes.
Are we connected? Yeah. 19 seconds, right? Anyway, we're gonna do the testimonies of 2 minutes speaking later on because we don't have time. We kind of miscalculated the time today. So, all right. So, Pam, a rainy Saturday. All right, let's start. Thank you.
Wow. Galing. Kating. That's even better.
All right.
Well, let's go ahead and welcome our MC for today's Fall Virtual Summit. Please welcome from Greenbelt, Maryland, Brandon John.
Hello, WSP. Wow, what a pleasure it is to host our fall virtual summit today. My name is Brandon John, and I have the pleasure of being your MC for the morning, the evening, the afternoon, depending where you are, right? So, hey, by the way, coming from Greenbelt Financial Center, so Greenbelt, the next story. Awesome, awesome. Well, yes, it is absolutely a pleasure, to be your host today. A little bit about me. Leslie. Um, Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
I got a wave, hello.
Looking great.
Perfect, awesome. So a little bit about me. Like I said, my name is Brandon, and my, previously before this campaign.
Sorry, Brandon. Can you switch your display?
Whoop. Sure. Switch the display.
Swap.
How's that?
Perfect.
Awesome. Awesome, yeah, so a little bit about me, joined this campaign back in 23 years. Had a great opportunity to, pursue my soccer career, but you know, I learned something very early on that I was very limited. I was very limited in terms of my time and the time I can spend with my family. I was limited in terms of the income I can make. And you know, I grew up in this business around my family, my mom, my dad, my aunt, my uncle, even my cousins, you know, and time after time after time, they would invite me to event after event after event, and I would say no after no after no. But eventually, over time, it was one event that changed my life, and I really got to realize what an impact we truly make here with this campaign and what we can do for others. So I was able to join this campaign in 2024. And throughout that year, we were able to take our workshops to many different places. We went to 8 different colleges. We went to different soccer organizations. We went to churches. We went to homes. So what a great opportunity. I was able to achieve GX8 in 2024 and then achieve my 100K ring by April of 2025. But you know what? This business, the best part about it is not only can you help others, but you can help yourself, right? Before joining this campaign, like a lot of my other millennials and my Gen Z, I called myself the broke college student, had no money, had no protection, thankfully no debt. I had maybe $500 in an emergency fund, but that was probably gone by the time the weekend was over, right? And then investments, I had no clue what that even meant. But thankfully, because of this campaign, I've been able to now change my foundation to have $2 million in protection, still no debt. I've built up that emergency fund of 50,000 for myself and also learned how to actually invest and take care of my money. So what an amazing opportunity we have within this campaign. Like I said, to not only change other people's lives, but to change your own, right? What a blessing. So, you know, I just want to give you some food for thought before we get into our topics for today. You know, as we go through the seminar and as you listen to different speakers today, I want you to ask yourself, how do you think the concepts we covered today can apply to your own financial situation? But also more importantly, in what ways could your friends, your family, or maybe even your community benefit from these concepts? So without further ado, let me stop sharing my screen. As you guys can see, you know, whoop, did I stop sharing? I'll make sure.
Yep, you haven't sharing anymore.
Cool, perfect. Yeah, IT is not my thing, so. Anyways, you know, as you guys can see, we are all across the country today. Believe it or not, we have over 480 locations all across the United States and Canada. So as we see our gallery view, we have offices all over the country, but not just offices, believe it or not, we also have people in different homes. We have, Miss Loretta having a home BPM. Can we pan to Loretta real quick? Is she there? There she is. We have Loretta out there in her home. You know, we don't just have to be in office, we can be in our home teaching financial literacy. But also more importantly, we can be in churches. We can be all across the country in different places. We have St. Catherine over here as well. And then not only that, you know, we can be in Maryland, Florida, California, but believe it or not, we could even be in Alaska with Miss Brittany over here as well. So we really do have the opportunity to take this campaign and change people's lives all across the country. Now, without further ado, that's a little bit about me. I'm so excited to introduce this first speaker today. You know, he comes from the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois. He's been in this business just like myself with his mother and his wife. He gets to travel all across the United States and teach financial literacy to different schools, churches, homes, and even more. So today we get a great privilege to listen in from Alejandro Benitez as he really teaches us what it means to save your future. So let's go ahead and give it up for Alejandro and take it away, my friend.
I really appreciate it. I love that WSB is becoming an organization full of different age groups, different cultures. I'm here from the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois. Oh, perfect. I got to say it. A little bit about myself before I get going with a little bit of what we do here. I was introduced into this campaign about 8 years ago. At the time, I was 23 years old. You do the math how old I am now. I'm gonna actually turn 9 years in January. And at the time, I had just graduated from college, typical college student, just recently graduated from psychology. And I was also a dancer. I used to dance for quinceañeras. For any Latinos here, you guys probably have seen quinceañeras, correct? So that was my job before coming into this opportunity. And my family, we were a hardworking immigrant family. We had a cleaning company. With that cleaning company, we were able to pay off my schooling, right? Because I am a doctor, I'm a dreamer. So, I had to work hard, pay everything cash, $85,000 for me to go to school, get a higher education in this country. But guess what? Even though I was already a professional in psychology, even though I was I had a very good job, making good money, doing the dancing job. And I also had a family with a very successful cleaning company. We were still living paycheck to paycheck. We were still living day to day. The more money we made, the more money we spent, the more money problems we had. Anybody can relate to that? And we had already been here for 25 years. And it was like, how come the harder we work, the more money problems we've had? It wasn't until we got introduced into this opportunity where we realized what was the problem. And you know what the problem was? That we were not financially educated. Because nobody out there had told us that there was organizations like this one that teaches people out there information that school doesn't teach us and that family doesn't teach us. Because even though my family had been here for 25 years, we were still broke. We were not living the American dream. On the contrary, we were living the American nightmare, right? So let me show you a little bit of what is it that my family learned through this process. We learned through these two books. This is the education books that we worked on with the educational system that we provide to the community. So this is the lecture book. This is Saving Your Future book. Anybody have one of these copies? Yeah, if you don't have one of these copies, make sure you ask the person who went by you to share one of these copies with you. This book itself changed my whole life. And as a matter of fact, what's the title of this book? Saving Your Future, right? Because that's what we're on a mission to do, to save people's future. And we have the workshop book. This book is what we do and we fill out during the 6 different classes that we provide for the community online and in one of the more than 300 financial centers all over US and Canada. As a matter of fact, you can see here on your screens that we have financial centers all over, from Canada to US to even Hawaii, Alaska, Puerto Rico. So that that's something that I love about what we do, that we don't have any borders here, right? Anybody can watch these workshops, especially now with the platform online. You can be from your home and still watch this education. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to give you a little piece of taste, just a little bit, okay? A summary of everything that we do here. And the reason I'm not going to give you all the information is because you're not going to want to take the workshops, right? So I'm just going to give you a little bit of summary of everything you're going to learn throughout the 6 different classes that we provide to the community. So if we could pull up the PowerPoint, please. All right, so like you're going to see on your screen, right? The topic of this information is called Finance 101, Saving Your Future. Now, you can see there is basic principles. We're not talking about rocket science. We're not talking about fancy charts and graphs. That's what I used to think finance was, right? That's why I never really got into it. No. These are basic principles that anybody can learn. And why is this information so important? This information is so important because most people are facing challenges out there, just like my family. As a matter of fact, it's funny because I don't know if they did it on purpose. That little guy looks like me a little bit, doesn't he? Just a little bit, right? I feel because I can identify myself with that guy right there. No budget. We spend a lot of money. I was a big spender, right? I used to go to the fancy stores. I wouldn't go to Marshalls or Ross or TJ Maxx. So I would go to the main name brand stores, right? No goals for the future. We don't have an emergency fund. My mom used to be my emergency fund. Mom, I need money. Please send me money. What else? We live paycheck to paycheck, day to day. We have increasing debt. The more we make, the more we spend. And we're not interested in our financial future. And that was me. I was like, I studied psychology. I'm a dancer. Why do I have to learn about this stuff that doesn't have to do with what I studied or with what I want to do in life? But guess what? That's why we were broke. Because bad habits and poor decisions add up. And that's what happened with my family. We had really bad habits with money. Hard workers. I'm Latino. I'm Mexican. And I don't know if you've seen, we're in one of the hardest working communities out there. But we had really bad habits with our money. So what do the wealthy know that the rest of us don't know? Have you asked yourself that question? Why is there millionaires out there? Why are we in the wealthiest country in the world, yet most of us have money problems? Have you asked yourselves that? All right, well, we're actually going to learn a little bit later on why that is. Now, what other problems are going on? That people are living longer. Now, this is a big problem. To me, I actually see this as something good because I want to live till I'm 100 years old. I don't know about you guys, right? But it could be a problem for the people that are not prepared because there's a lot of challenges in an aging world. Lower birth rates, more single parents, increasing health concerns. I mean, I feel like I'm 32 and my back's already hurting, right, every other day. Increasing appropriate housing, supervision, transportation, wealth security, right, financial security. Because at that age, we're not going to have the physical ability to continue working the way that we would work when we were younger. So are you too busy during the first half of your life to prepare for the second half of your life? Because we do so much to take care of our kids, our debts, our bills, but we forget to take care of ourselves, to take care of our future. Now, our community, I don't know if this happens in other communities, but in the Latino community, we're used to having our kids take care of us when we're older. Anybody else? Similar? Filipino too? Chinese as well? Oh, wow. Indians as well? Oh, I thought I was the only community. Okay. Yeah, most of immigrant communities, that's what we're taught, right? Yeah, the kids are going to take care of the older, but is that what we're really here to do? Are we going to sacrifice everything for our kids or later to sacrifice our own future? Because who knows? Our kids are growing up in a different culture here in the U.S. Right? Maybe they're not going to want to take care of us in the future. So what is the solution? The solution is to build a financial foundation. Through financial education and through our financial education system, we teach people how to build a strong foundation, just like building a house. Without a strong foundation in the house, that house is going to fall with a storm, tornado, hurricane, etc. Right? Now, we have to understand where our situation is, and we have to also know what our financial goal is. Because many times we're just living like a chicken without its head. We're running everywhere, but we don't even know where we're going. Right? So that's the same thing with our finance. Like we're working hard, but we don't even know what we have to do to become better financially. Now, without a strong foundation, your financial house won't stand. Now, I'm going to go over this really quick. This is what you're going to learn in the 6 different workshops that we provide. Starting with the foundation, which is proper protection. Proper protection simply means protecting your life, your family, your well-being in case of a premature death, in case of an illness, in case of a disability. Or right now, I see a lot of people that are in my community that are scared because of immigration problems. Right? Even then, protect your family against those situations. So we have to make sure that we know and understand pros and cons of everything that's out there when it comes to life insurance, health insurance, disability, long-term care, wills, trust, things that, again, school didn't teach me that type of stuff. So workshop 3 and 4 is going to educate you on pros and cons of proper protection. Now, workshop number 2 is one of my personal favorites, which is debt management. Because I came into this organization in so much debt. And I was 23 years old, right? The idea is that we learn how to get rid of all our debt. And workshop 2 is going to teach us a specific strategy to get rid of all your debt and be smarter with your money. Because sometimes we're not even conscious with what we spend our money on. Am I right? I mean, we make money and then it's like the next day, it's like, where did all my money go? Anybody has had that happen to them? Yeah, okay. So step number 3, emergency fund. You're going to learn this in workshop number 5. An emergency fund is supposed to be a fund to help us during hard times in our life. Like when we lose our job, for example, right? Or maybe the economy is not so great. There's a lot of talk that the economy is gonna crash in the near future. I don't know how soon, but what if it does crash? What if you lose your job? Are you ready for that? What if we go into World War III? Are you ready for that? Now, I don't want to scare anybody, and I'm not going to get into politics, but we got to expect the worst in order for us to understand how to be prepared. So, emergency fund and the strong financial foundation is going to help us during the hardest times of our life, so we don't end up losing what we're building. And what are we building? What we're building wealth. Am I right? Well, why are we in this country? Why are we working hard? Are we working hard to make our boss rich? Are we working hard to make the government rich? No, we're working hard to make ourselves rich, to make our family wealthy. That's why we have to also understand how to invest properly, right? And that you will learn in workshop number 5 and workshop number 6. So if you learn how to build this strong foundation, my friends, you will accomplish the American dream. Because the American dream is not having the biggest house or the fanciest car. The American dream is having financial security, having a peace of mind, knowing that a day tomorrow, if something does happen to you and your family, you will be okay. Nothing's gonna happen. Can you imagine living like that? Man, that's the American dream right there, am I right? All right, so let's continue with other topics that we talk about during these classes and through our financial education system. The X curve. So remember how I mentioned earlier that we're not supposed to sacrifice our future for our kids' future? We can do both at the same time. We can take care of our family now, and at the same time, we can learn how to take care of our future. During our workshops, we teach people different types of formulas, like the die method. This die method teaches us how to have proper protection in case something does happen to us. We're able to still pay our debts, our income, our mortgage, and our kids' education to make sure that they have enough money to survive during those hard times. But we also have to learn how to build wealth, like I mentioned earlier. And there's a wealth formula to that. Now you have to learn how to make money and accumulate that money throughout time with some type of interest rate, some type of rate of return that's going to generate more than what inflation takes away and taxes takes away. See, those are the different components to building wealth. I used to think that just by having a career with a higher paying job, that's how I was going to build wealth. But I was wrong. That's why, again, I was not wealthy because I was not applying what the wealthy people applying to their money every single day. Now, controlling your debt. Anybody have debt here?
Yeah.
I once heard somebody say, if you don't have debt, you're not living in America. Right? Yeah, and that's kind of like the slogan, right? I mean, that's what everybody's saying. And the reality is that no, right? I think that's actually a myth. I think that you can live in this country without having debt, right? Learning how to be smart and disciplined with your money. But if you already have debt, it's okay. We have a strategy to help you get rid of that debt, the debt roll-up strategy, right? With $100 extra, you can start saving a month. You can get rid of all your debt. And where can you get those $100 from? Well, let me break it down for you. What do you spend $5 a day on?
Coffee.
Coffee? Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks? You know what's interesting? I think the biggest addiction in America is not alcohol, is not cigarettes, it's not smoking, it's not drugs, it's coffee. Right? America runs on coffee. I'm not
Let's come here,
I'm not
let's
gonna
drink
give
coffee.
promotions in the restaurant.
Come here
Well,
for
it's true. It's true. Most people are addicted to coffee. $5 a day turns into $150 a month. There's your $100 that you need so you can start getting rid of your debt. So the problem is not the money. The problem is that we're not being conscious of where that money is going. Now, what else? The compound effect of money. Have you guys ever heard of compound interest and the power of it? See, when I got into this, when I joined this campaign, they told me that Albert Einstein was, I don't know if he was the only one or one of the ones that discovered rule of 72, which is rule that is used in finances to determine how long your money is going to double throughout time when it's generating some type of interest rate. So let's say that you have a 6% interest rate on a $10,000 investment. That means that every 12 years, based on the rule of 72, that money is going to double on its own. So if you look at it 12 years later, you're going to have 20,000. 12 years later, you're gonna have 40,000. 12 years later, you're gonna have 36,000. And let's look into a different example. What happens if you have an 8% compound interest? Do you think your money's gonna double faster or slow? Faster. The higher the interest, the faster the money doubles. So let's look 36 years later. 36 years later, we have $159,000. Now at a 10%, 36 years later, we have $309,000. That's the power of compound interest. That's why wealthy are wealthy. We put our money in the bank, the bank gives us 0.01%. Well, at least that's what my bank used to give me before I got educated. And what does the bank do with my money? Do you think they keep it safe? Just hit it there? No, right? They use that money to lend it out to other people, or they simply learn how to invest that money so they can generate a 6, an 8, or a 10% compound interest. And all they give you is a 0.01. That's insane, because if you look at it that way, how much does credit cards charge you? Up to 30% in compound interest, right? That's why if you go to a bank, they're not going to educate you on this stuff, because they're going to have educated consumers and they're not going to have clients anymore. They're going to ask for debts, right? So here, just a quick example. Imagine you save $100 and you save it at a 5% interest rate. That's $5 that you earn, right? Pretty generous bank. Do you agree? Yes, compared to the average interest the bank gives you. They're going to charge you a 25% interest rate on that earning, which is $1.25. In the end, you only have $103.75. But because of inflation, which we're going to talk about just in a second, we lost $3 worth of that money. So in the end, we only have $100.75. That's our actual return. So that means that if you're not earning at least 5% interest on your savings or investments, you're losing money without even knowing it. Man, that's insane. When I learned that, I was like, if school taught us this, we for sure would all be millionaires. Correct. That's why we're so lucky to be here, because we're learning things that nobody out there is going to teach us. Now, imagine you start saving $500 a day, and you learn to apply this wealth formula into your life. $500 a day is $17. $500 a month, is $17 a day. Now, how would that compound in 30 years? In 30 years, at an 8% compound interest, you're going to have $745,000. Now, what if you do it at a 10% compound interest? What do you guys think is going to happen? You're a millionaire. So becoming a millionaire is not impossible. It's not a dream. As a matter of fact, it shouldn't be a dream. It should be a priority. And the reason why we don't make it a priority is because we don't realize how doable it is. But there are 2 key words that'll help you actually become a millionaire. And what are those 2 words? Discipline and budgeting. 2 things that I never had. All right. So let's keep going. Inflation. Now, I know I mentioned this briefly. Let's look over inflation and why. This is called the silent killer. The cost of living goes up throughout time. So in the 70s, anybody in this country in the 70s? No, you guys weren't even born yet, right? Yeah, okay. So the 70s, this is a lifestyle. A new home, gallon of gasoline, local bread, wages. Now let's look into the 90s. I was born in 93. So that was a lifestyle when I was born, right? Everybody, yeah, 90s babies here? Yeah, everybody. All right. So a new home, gallon of gas, local bread, wages. Now let's look at today. You guys ready? A new home, $500,000. Gallon of gasoline, almost $4. And that's honestly very cheap, right? I mean, in California, I just went to San Francisco. It's like $5. Like, that's crazy. That's why I'm not moving to California. Local bread, $1.54, and wages, $65,000. So everything goes up drastically except our wages. Now, how does that affect your money? Well, $100 now can get you, a couple of bags of groceries. But what about in the future? In 5 years, those $100 are going to be worth $86. You're going to need $116 to equal 100 5 years from now. And let's look into the future because my family has in this country 27 years now. We're turning 20, yeah, we just turned 27 years in this country. So let's look in 20 years from now. If I had $100 20 years ago, now those $100 are going to be worth $55. I need $181 to buy the exact same things I would buy 20 years ago. So that's the same thing for your future. Maybe right now, your cost of living is around $4,000, $5,000, depending where you live. But in the future, 20 years from now, when you retire, you're probably going to need close to $7,000 to $8,000. Now do the math. If you need close to $8,000 in order for you to retire, I know I have a couple of engineers here, mathematicians, all right? 8,000 a month times 12 months, how much is that? 96, 960,000. Guys, that's basically $1 million. Do you see how being a millionaire shouldn't be a dream? It should be a priority because most people are going to need that in their future for retirement. And finally, taxes. Understand where your money is going is very important. There are 3 different categories on how you pay taxes on the money that you're accumulating. Either you accumulate your money in a tax now vehicle, tax later vehicle, or a tax advantage vehicle. Tax now, you get taxed every single year on that money. That's where you get the taxed the most from the money that you're saving. In tax later accounts, you pay once, but in the end. Now, even though you do technically pay less, right, because you're not paying every year, but be careful because in the end, you're going to get taxed a good amount of a percentage from that money. And finally, we have tax advantage accounts. These accounts, you pay taxes from the beginning, and all the money that you put in there, in the end, you can have tax advantage when you take it out. Where do you think the wealthy, a lot of the wealthy put their money to invest and save? I mean, the name says it itself, right? Yeah, tax advantage. Yeah, maybe tax later here and there, but for the most part, tax advantage. So knowing the tax effect of your money is important to build your financial future. Now, this is the perfect managed growth strategy. If you really want to know how the wealthy build wealth, here it is. Because it's not just about how much money you make, it's also about how much money you keep, right? Now, you have to learn how to make money, of course, so you can beat inflation and taxes. Because again, those are the 2 killers that take money away from you. But you also got to make sure that your money's safe. You don't want to be losing that money. I have a lot of friends that invested so much of their money into different crypto platforms. And I'm not saying that stuff about it. I'm just saying people are not educated, so they invest in places where they lose it all and they don't even know, right? They come in, they step into fraud or things like that. What else? Tax advantage. Make sure that you also are careful with the biggest competition out there, right? And it's not your neighbor. It's, well, I don't know if I should say this. I don't know if they're listening, right? But it's the government, right? So make sure you don't pay so much taxes and protection. Make sure you have a strong financial foundation so the day of tomorrow, if something does happen, you don't lose anything from what you're building up, right? So that's your job here. I love what I do. Our job is so beautiful because we're campaigners. We're campaigners. Why? Because we're activists of financial literacy and financial education. Our job as campaigners is to teach every individual out there to learn how to build a strong foundation. Doesn't matter what topic it is, right? Most financial professionals out there, they'll teach you and they'll educate you to sell to you a financial service or product. Our mission is to make sure that every person out there knows their pros and cons of how to build their education for their kids, how to retire comfortably, how to have estate planning just in case something does happen, how to have a budgeting, right? And the best part, guys, is that, guess what? I don't even like to say it sometimes because people don't value what we do. These financial resources, like the workshops, we don't charge a dime to provide them for the community. We, as a matter of fact, help individuals with a financial checkup. And this financial checkup helps you understand where you're standing so you know where you're going. So you're no longer like a chicken without its head. So you know exactly what you need, how to get there, and what action you need to do to make sure you become financially secure and financially independent. So are we all ready to become financially secure and financially independent?
Oh.
So today, you will also learn and we give people the opportunity to be part of what we do, to be part of this amazing organization and change their lives. Because if I just educate someone with a workshop, I bet you anything, they're gonna go back to their typical community. And what is the majority of people out there? They'll tell you what? Spend, 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 right? But because you join a community that's gonna help you become better and be conscious about your money, you're gonna learn how to apply this throughout your lifetime. That's why I love what I do, and I love giving people the opportunity to do what I do. Because not only do you help others, guess what? You also have the opportunity to make money doing it. This is what I do now. I love what I do. I'm no longer, I still dance in parties, right? And for those of you that went to the retreat that we had in San Jose, you saw a little bit about my dancing, right? But thankfully, I don't do it for money anymore. Thankfully, I do it, and I always have to give a disclaimer. Don't take it wrong, no, not like that, right? So, hey, I used to make money doing it. I used to teach quinceañeras, please, okay? Not a stripper, all right? I have to give that disclaimer, but I do it because I love to do it, not because I have the need to do it, right? So keep your mind open, okay? Open your mind and give yourself the opportunity to not only learn how to become better with your finances, but also learn how you can make more money helping others and build your financial foundation to accomplish anything you want in this life. And I know it sounds cliche, but believe me, guys, we're in this country for a purpose. And that purpose is bigger than just working to make our boss rich. It's time for us to build wealth and make our family financially independent. So without further ado, I want to thank you all. Thank you so much for your attention. And let's make sure we know. Thank you so much, Brandon. I'll give it back to you.
Wow, Alejandro, that was amazing, man. Was that amazing or what? That was awesome. Wow, you know, it's so funny, Alejandro, I'm listening to you speak, and I think for the last 30 minutes, and ladies and gentlemen, you tell me if you could agree, I think for the last 30 minutes, listening to Alejandro speak, I learned more financial concepts that I could apply to myself than I ever learned in my 4 years of college, or that I ever learned at my job, right? What an amazing presentation. Thank you for that, Alejandro. And you know what? Let me know your schedule. I need to schedule that financial check with you, okay? So awesome, awesome. Well, without further ado, one of the things Alejandro talked about was the financial foundation. You know, he said the foundation is the ability to build financial security for ourselves, right? That is the true American dream. So we have the pleasure today to listen from two different individuals from very different places. One of them from Texas and one of them from Canada. So first and foremost, I want to introduce Mr. Varun from Toronto, Canada. You know, guys, Varun, he's only been in the business for about 2 years, but he's been able to do some incredible things and apply what he learns and not only change his financial foundation, but also take it to his community as well. So without further ado, let's go ahead and pan over to Varun from Toronto, Canada.
Good morning, WSP. My name is Varun Govinad. I'm from Pickering Financial Center. Pickering Financial Center, please say hi to the team. Please make some noise. Hi. A little bit about myself. I came to Canada. As an international student in 2014 and became a permanent resident in 2019. And I got my citizenship in 2021. But guess what? Nothing changed. Just the immigration status changed. I've worked with different companies. I've done so many business and all those things. And at the end of the day, there was no changes except the immigration status. And that's when I joined with WFG. Journey of my resilience. I joined in WFG in 2019, and guess I quit because I had no idea what is this platform about. And then I rejoined in WFG in 2021. Again, I quit because I had no time to spend for WFG, but for anything else. And I rejoined in WFG in 2022 for the third time. And I quit my full-time job and I became full-time in WFG. and became full-time in WFG in 2024. I became a GX1 in September 2024, and I became a GX MD in November, because that's when I realized the importance of GX program, and I really work hard for the GX program with all my teammates and my trainers, and I became GX4 in December. And in January, of course, things changed a bit. Tough time happened. My dad passed away in the beginning of this year. I had to be with my family, with my mom for like 6 months. I had to be away from this platform for 6 months. And I came back after that in June 2025, and started everything from the beginning and trying. I'm still trying, and I got my GX5 in October 2025. I'm trying to build more GX people in my teammates in my team. So these are some mainstream campaigns that I've been doing for the last 2 years with all the help of my trainers and my teammates. My financial foundation, well, before and after WFG, I joined before WFG. My situation was like I had no protection. I had no idea what was that protection about, and the debt was like completely huge. And I had a huge number of in debts, which is almost $70,000, and no emergency fund, because I had to ask for my family to get some money in case if there's an emergency situation happen. And of course, no investment, because I had no plan to do any investments. Now I have a protection of $500,000 with the debt management. I brought that $70,000 to 6,000, and trying to complete that in the next 2 months. Thank you. I'm planning to get emergency fund for the 60,000 in the next 6 months. I already have $5,000. I know this is not a huge number, but I'm trying my level best. And investment, again, I already have $12,000, and I'm planning to hit $100,000 of investment in the next 2 years. These figures are not huge, but I know that I am actually in the right track just because of the help of this platform. And just one thing I want to explain, want to give everyone, losing momentum is possible. Like anyone can lose momentum at any point of time in this platform, but the only thing is commitment. As long as you are committed, as long as you have a great need, a great why, you will definitely succeed. And thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to explain my life, and see you on the top. Thank you.
One of the main things, we love hearing from you. We love how you built your foundation, but not only that, been able to help your community. I always say it's about leaving your community better than you found it in Peru, and I think you're a true testament to that. So thank you for that. All right, our next speaker that we want to pan to is coming from Dallas, Texas. I hope she's a Cowboys fan, because so am I. And this speaker, before WSB, she was a nurse. Yeah, right. She was a nurse, but ladies and gentlemen, imagine this. Do you guys remember when COVID happened? 2019, 2020, tough times, right? Well, imagine this. Karen almost lost her life because of COVID. It almost took her life away. But you know what? Because of this campaign, she was able to understand not only that we need physical help, but we also need financial help. So without further ado, I want to go ahead and introduce Karen to the stage to go ahead and share her foundation with us. Take it away, Karen.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello, good morning.
Mi presentación es a ver, mi presentación. ¿Cómo están? Buenos días. Mi nombre es Karen Rodríguez. Él es mi esposo Juan de Jan. Soy enfermera profesional. Él es administrador en nuestro país. Somos de Venezuela.
Good morning, my name is
Okay.
Karen Rodriguez. This is my husband, Juan. I'm a nurse by profession, and this is my husband, a business administrator in Venezuela.
Vinimos a este país en el 2021 por una razón.
We came to the United States in 2021.
En plena pandemia, pues mi salud, yo trabajé mucho durante la pandemia y mi salud posterior a eso empezó a deteriorarse. Algo que parecía muy sencillo, pues se convirtió en una enfermedad muy grave y me dejó incapacitada por más de un año.
Okay. Before pandemic, I was working very hard, and during pandemic, I had started having health issues, and then everything started to be complicated, and I had more health issues. where she was unable to work actually. Next.
Oye.
Estuve incapacitada por más de un año y mi esposo tuvo que convertirse en mi cuidadora a tiempo completo.
I was unable to work and my husband was having to take care of me full time.
Tuvimos que vender nuestros negocios.
We have to sell all our businesses.
Nuestros ahorros se fueron muy rápido,
Our savings were gone
porque nadie nos enseñó cómo construir una base financiera sólida para afrontar estos momentos.
because no one shows how to have a strong financial foundation to be ready and prepared for these situations.
Cuando llegamos a este país, pues nos tocó empezar de cero.
When we came to this country, we had to start from zero.
No fue fácil, pero siempre tuvimos el deseo de aprender cómo sostenernos financieramente en un momento así.
It wasn't easy, but we always have the desire to learn how to prepare ourselves for situations like this.
Ese deseo y esa búsqueda nos llevó a encontrar la campaña de educación financiera.
And the desire we had was got us to finding the financial literacy campaign.
Y en esta campaña no solo aprendimos a construir una base financiera sólida,
In this campaign, we not only learned how to have a strong financial foundation,
también encontramos la oportunidad de generar los ingresos para hacer esto posible
but we also had the opportunity to have the income and make this possible.
y desarrollar una mentalidad ganadora que cambió por completo la forma de ver nuestro futuro.
And develop this winning mindset to make this possible.
Hoy no solo aprendimos a construir una base financiera sólida, también hemos ayudado a muchas familias a hacerlo y hemos compartido esta gran oportunidad.
Today, we're not only doing this by ourselves, but we also help other people do it for themselves, and we have helped many others do it as well.
Antes cuidar la salud física de las personas,
Before I used to take care of physical health,
hoy cuido su salud financiera.
now I take care of their physical, financial health,
Y camino con un propósito claro,
and I walk with a clear purpose.
romper cadenas de pobreza en mi comunidad, enseñando a las familias a construir una base financiera sólida.
Break generations in my family and help families create a strong financial foundation.
Esta era nuestra base financiera cuando llegamos a la campaña. No teníamos una protección,
This was our financial foundation before we came to the campaign. We didn't have a protection.
teníamos deudas,
We had debt.
no teníamos un fondo de
We
emergencia
didn't have an
y
emergency,
no sabíamos lo que era una inversión.
and we didn't know what was an investment.
Hoy en día tenemos $600,000 en protección,
Now we have over 750K in proper protection.
estamos eliminando nuestras deudas.
We are paying off our debt.
Tenemos la meta de construir nuestros fondos de emergencia y ya lo estamos haciendo.
We have a goal to build our savings.
Lo estamos construyendo nuestra inversión para nuestro retiro.
And we're also working in our investment for our future.
Tenemos grandes metas para continuar en este camino
We have great goals to be in this journey
y ayudar a muchas personas a hacerlo también.
and help other people do it as well.
Queremos decir que hoy recibimos la promoción por alcanzar nuestros primeros $50,000.
I want to say that today we received the promotion for the watch or promotion for making our first $50,000.
Y esto lo aprendí aquí. Si quieres un año de prosperidad, siembra arroz.
And this is what I learned here. If you want a life of prosperity, build,
Siembra arroz.
grow grain.
Si quieres 10 años de prosperidad, siembra árboles.
If you want to grow,
Si quieres 10 años de prosperidad, siembra árboles.
if you want to grow,
Siembra árboles.
grow trees.
Pero si quieres toda una vida de prosperidad, desarrolla personas.
But you want a prosperity of many years, build people.
Ya lo que viví perderlo todo por no tener una base financiera, por eso hoy en día llevamos esta misión desde el corazón, enseñando a todas las familias a hacerlo.
I've already experienced losing everything because of not having a strong financial foundation now. I'm helping a lot of people.
Es una gran misión con la que esperamos impactar a nuestras próximas generaciones. Gracias.
This is a great mission and our goal is to impact future generations.
Aaron, wow, oh my goodness, you are truly a testimony to how we really can change people's lives with business. And ladies and gentlemen, whether it was from Varun, whether it was from Karen, I hope you guys are seeing today that this campaign is not just about changing your life, but it's changing your community's life. So thank you, Karen. Thank you, Varun, for your wonderful testimony today and sharing your foundation. You know, we really do have a mission to go out there and help people build the right foundation. But you want to know why I also love this campaign so much? It's not just about helping people financially, but it's also about giving back to our community. So WSB, can we show the number in terms of how much we've donated to charity over this last year? Guys, take a look at this number, 26,000 from Fall Summit, and the total donated to charity, drum roll, 100,000. So imagine that, ladies and gentlemen, we are built different. We don't just change our lives and our community's lives, but we give back to our community as well in many, many different ways. So with that being said, I love our campaign. I'm a proud campaigner, but I also have the opportunity to introduce our next speaker. And I'll tell you what, a little bit about Lien. I mentioned we're built different. This guy is built different, okay? He was a former Division I athlete. I believe a track runner, if I'm correct. So Lien, we're gonna have to race one day, okay? But you know, he used to be an athlete. Now he competes to see who can come up with the best excuse to not work out. So recently he moved to Calgary, Canada, but he's been building his team in Texas and California. Today, Lien is going to answer the common question for us: what makes WSB different from many other companies? So Lien, go ahead and take it away. We'd love to hear from you, my friend.
All right, can you guys hear me? Great, good morning. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Vinley. Thank you, John, for Brendan, John, for the wonderful introduction. Yes, we will race soon. I'll get ready for that. So I started this in this business, in this platform 7 years ago. I was recruited back in 2018. I was 24 years old at the time, turned 25 shortly thereafter, and this has been the best 7 years of my life. If you're in this business and you feel that way, put up your hand. It's an incredible journey, and I'm so privileged to be able to talk about today what makes us different. You know, show of hands if maybe you felt that some people are scared that we're different when you're prospecting. Maybe you're new here and you even feel that yourself, you're a little bit nervous to talk about why we're different. And you need to build your confidence when you're sharing this with other people. In fact, when I started, I was also worried about the fact that we were different, but now I'm so proud of the fact that we're different. And I'm excited to train on that today. So can I have my slides, please? The other day, I was introduced to a prospect, and we got on the call, and just like you know, a lot of the times it happens, the prospect comes on like there's some kind of big shot. Anybody felt that way before? And they have their questions and their skepticism, right? Thankfully, because I go to work in this business, I believe you can put me in front of anybody and I'm going to make them a believer in what we do. So this person asked me, he said, why would I go with you guys when versus going to a fiduciary and I can get everything under the same roof and get my service like that? I said, well, that's a great question. Number one, I do want to clarify that we do have a fiduciary responsibility to the clients and prospects that we help. Number two is that if you were to sit down with somebody like that, they're going to have to charge you a fee. And so a lot of people don't have that capacity to be able to pay somebody just for their time. In fact, if that was the case for me, I wouldn't have gotten the financial help that I have today. Anybody else feel that way? And I said, here's another thing. Because we represent, and I'll talk about this in a little bit, many different companies, we can draw from the expertise of many different specialists in their respective fields to weigh in on what's best for that prospect and that client. And so, do you agree with me that more brains and expertise is better than one?
Yes.
Awesome, let's get started. And that's how we went about it. After that, he was excited and we're gonna make him a client. And so, I wanna talk about today why we're different. If we could go to the next slide, please. Because you guys saw in the video that we're revolutionizing the financial industry, is that right? I believe that we're at war with the traditional industry. In fact, the way that the traditional industry does things has not served the majority of people for the longest period of time. And so the problem that we're solving is ultimately that most people lack access to professional help. Let's go over some statistics, if we can pull this up. So we're talking about by service and firm type, entry-level private wealth management, people need a minimum of $250,000 in investable assets. That already leaves out the majority of the population. You guys with me on that? The more help that you want, the more money you're gonna need. Mid to high end private wealth management is $500,000 to $1 million. Ultra high net worth is a minimum of 2 million or more of investable assets. Financial advisor services for general financial planning, a starting point is 50,000 to 100,000 in liquid assets. And so it says here at the bottom, larger firms may have higher minimums to ensure efficiency. I'll revisit that in a little bit. But let's go to the statistics of, based on these minimums, who can actually get the help? So we can go to the next picture. Oh, maybe I have a clicker, sorry. It says here that the average cost for a fee-based fiduciary advisor, hourly rates are between $150 to $400 an hour. Annual fees ranging from $1,000 to $7,500, and fixed fees for a single financial plan often around $2,500 to $3,000. And so, if we can go back one, please. It says here, 14% of Americans have $100,000 saved for retirement. So think about that for a moment. Majority of people will not be able to get help generally from the traditional financial industry. They are leaving the rest of the people, like majority of people behind who actually need the help. And historically, it's made the rich richer and the poor poorer. And if there's something I know about my family, I didn't come from a wealthy family. But because of this business, because of this platform, a wealthy family can come from me and one can come from you as well. You guys with me?
Yes.
It says here, in fact, 78% of Americans have 50,000 or less saved for retirement. And what's more concerning, there's a number of people who haven't saved anything yet. Nearly 37% of respondents indicated they haven't saved for retirement at all. And so who's proud of the fact that we can even help people just get started? We don't have to say, no, you're not a saver. We can say, you know what? We can make you one. We can teach you how to get started. We can help you build that confidence. And so moving forward here, sorry, my next slide. Okay, let's talk about why our business model is not only different, but why it's needed. You see, with a commission-based service, it provides the majority market access to unlimited help. We don't get paid unless you like you're experienced enough to implement the financial strategy. Is that true?
Yeah.
In fact, we'll sit down with you as many times as you need so that you feel confident about what we're asking you to do and what we're giving you advice for. Another thing is that we also have a recruiting and agency building model, which allows for a higher volume of clients to be serviced sustainably without diminishing quality of service. There's no need because of that to impose a minimum asset requirement. You guys saw in the previous slide how these firms, they impose these minimums to be more efficient. Is that true? We don't have to do that here because I can recruit, train, and develop somebody to do the same thing that I do. You guys with me on that? In most other businesses, you guys know to increase your profitability, you have to decrease the quality of your service. If you have a restaurant and you want a higher profit margin, you might need to buy worse or cheaper ingredients, true? Yeah. If you're a traditional business owner and you want to make more profit, you generally might have to cut the wages of your workers. But in our business, we just have to help our clients make more and our agents and advisors make more. Is that powerful? That's why I love our recruiting and agency building model. You see, most people own financial products, they don't understand. With our business, an education-based service, and workshops, like we talked about earlier, with live instructors at zero cost to the consumer, that solves this issue. What other organization out there has the structure in place to do that? And we have leadership development. You know, I believe that just me saving a couple $100 a month when I started, yes, it's gonna make an impact 20, 30, 40 years down the road. But I've been here for 7 years and this has totally changed my life. Why? Because of our platform. You see, the trainee trainer model not only increases market share because we're developing people to help more, but you know what I believe? It actually creates the ideal target market and clientele from scratch over a period of time. Think about this. When I started here, I was 24 years old, not even making $30,000 a year. But hey, 7 years later, we cross over $250,000 a year of annual income. We save thousands of dollars a month. Did this business create an ideal client? So our business is not just getting more market share. We're creating the type of, a more qualified type of client from scratch. Most companies are waiting for you to get there and have no intention of helping you get there. I don't know about you, I'm fired up about this. You guys with me?
Yes.
We have a learn referral system. You know, some people don't understand how our system, oh, do I have to cold call? Do I have to do this? No, just share your story. Talk about how good your experience was. This creates an incentive for agents to treat all prospective clients, big or small, with equal care. You know, I treat the person who can set aside $25, $50 a month, the same as the clients that can put away 100,000 plus a year. Why? Because I don't know if the guy who's saving $25, $50 a month is going to refer me the guy who saves 100, 200,000 a year. And that's actually happened to me before. But if it wasn't for this model, I might be like, oh, you don't save enough, you can't save enough money, I won't work with you. That's the traditional industry. You listen to me. I might lose my voice up here. We have a diversified platform. Multiple products and multiple providers allows for a holistic approach and diverse expertise to better service each client's unique needs. You know, we have referral systems with law firms, with accountants, with people who specialize in estate planning, people who specialize in investments, people who specialize in insurance. How powerful is it that we can bring that to the consumer? And so I remember when I started here, I don't know if anybody's felt like this before, but I would see the illustrations and I'd wonder, man, do we really deliver on that? You know, some people say, is this too good to be true? Anybody heard that before? And I remember when I started here, I was like, well, I believe in it, but you know what? I know that sometimes maybe my team might struggle with building that belief that when we're showing the illustration, if it's actually going to do what we say it's going to do. Let me show you an example of my original illustration when I started here 7 years ago. I recreated it. Back then, I was saving $500 a month into this account. I have more than 4 of these now. We save thousands. But 7 years in, by the age of 32, which I am today, my fund value would be about $37,000. Okay, by the way, in this account, I'm covered $1 million of permanent coverage, $100,000 in critical illness, and if nothing happens, you can see the projection is that I'll have money in this account. You follow me so far? Okay, 3 financial risks in life. Either you die too soon, lose your ability to work, or you live a long life and run out of money. Assuming a 6.5% rate of return, by the age of 65, my projection is that I would have put in $240,000 into this account and have $720,000 in cash. More than what I put in. You guys heard earlier from that testimonial that eventually you can have more than what you put in here. Well, 7 years later, this is what my statement shows. As of February 2025, I don't have 37,000 in there. I have 51,000 in that account. So do we over deliver? In fact, we've got to be so confident when we're out in the field and presenting this to people. And so numbers don't lie. We have nothing to hide. You know, unfortunately, a lot of people think that we do. And that's why you have to build your confidence in this business. You have to be able to sit in front of everybody and be able to show them why objectively what we do is better. And so when you take a look at this statement, in the last year between February 2024 to February 2025 on the left side there, you can see I had put in $6,000 into this account. But do you see where it says interest credited? How much did it earn me? $11,400 worth of interest. Including the bonuses, about $11,600. My cost of insurance, you see the red line there, was $1,600. So am I paying for my coverage, or is my interest earned paying for my coverage? Interest earned, yes? You know, some people, they like to talk about fees and how they're so high. What is the annual fee? There's $96. Do the math on that. It's 0.1%. So do we do the right thing for the consumer? Are our strategies powerful? And so ultimately, we only make money when we help others build and protect their money. How powerful of a business is that? You know, we're not giving people a bill that's going to make them poorer, selling them coffee that they might not need, or clothes that they can't afford. We're only making money if we help their money make money, or we protect that money. That's the powerful thing about what we do, yes? So this is an example, a client in my own family that I was able to help. In fact, prior to that point, they've never seen their money grow with their other advisor. And in the last 6 years since I moved over this money, that money has grown by over $86,000, tax deferred. And so when we talk about, I think Alejandro mentioned this, that his bank was giving him 0.01% return, yes? Okay. Now, we do these based on people's investor risk profiles, what's suitable for the client. This client happened to be a growth-oriented client. They can be aggressive in their approach here. But look at their returns since they started. Between 36% up to 56% net return since they started. Is that much better than 0.01? Absolutely. So, of course, we're not guaranteeing results for anybody, but what we're saying is that it's possible and it has happened, and we will continue to make it happen. But I want to close with what I believe our best product is. It's not an insurance account, it's not an investment account. It's our opportunity. You guys believe that?
Yes.
You see, I believe building is what makes the world a better place. Building people. You know, we had a great event this past weekend for those who are in our organization. Who was there? We got to learn from the best, the greatest of all time right here beside us, head coach. And you know what? It's because of our GX system. That's what allows us to get into other communities that we might not have been able to help before. You know, this is our team there in Austin, Texas. This is our whole BPM that we did in Sacramento a couple of months ago. We'll be doing another one tomorrow. And this is our team out there in Ottawa. You see, without this building model, I don't know those type of people. You guys understand? I don't know those people. But because people have an incentive to build their business here, we have this incredibly diverse room right here in front of us today. So you guys have to be proud about what we do. Are you guys with me?
Yes.
And so I always ask myself this question. You know, when we're talking about our business, you see, most other traditional financial firms would not give somebody like me a chance. 24 years old at the time, making less than $30,000 a year. Broke, okay? Right? That's actually what I wore to my first BPM at the office. You guys believe that? And I had sunglasses on, inside, okay? I don't think the financial industry wants a guy like that. But because of this business, it's allowed me to grow and develop to be the person who is standing in front of you guys today. Is that a much better rate of return than whatever I showed you in those accounts?
Yes.
And what about the compounding effect of how that's going to work with my team, right? The compounding interest on the accounts is great. What about the compounding on the growth of your agency? Look at head coach today, over 50,000 licensed agents. Been here for just over 40 years. Can you imagine the type of growth that we can have as an organization with that leadership? So in closing, I want you guys to ask yourself this. What other opportunity do you have to build a high level of financial knowledge from industry leading experts?
No.
Because if you wanted to learn from the best of the best, we have it here. Costs you no more than a couple $100 to get started with us. How much would it cost you elsewhere to have access to world-class mentorship like what we have in our platform? You see, in the world out there, we have people that are trying to sell a course to teach you how to build a business that they didn't build a business in. Their business is selling you the course. that in our business, we're teaching you how to do it in the same business that we did it in. And some of you guys undersell that. In fact, you make people feel like they need you. No, they need us. I'm not mad, I'm just passionate, okay? All right, let me make that clear to everybody. Other platforms can provide information. You know, somebody said, oh, my bank has something online. Okay, great. But do they have a proven system to help you increase and diversify your income potential?
No.
The bank was not going to teach me how to make a six-figure income. The bank was not going to give me an opportunity that I have right now to set a goal, which is to make a seven-figure income in the next 12 months. They wouldn't have given me that opportunity. And here you learn from people who've already done it and have helped other people do it. Where else can you get as much value and potential return for as little of an investment that our business requires to get started? You know, you see how we have so many different locations on this call today. Previously to this, my goal was to open up a gym as a personal trainer. What would it cost me to do that in another state across the border, where I'm from in Canada? But because of the railroad that was built here by our predecessors in this business, like our head coach and many of the senior leaders, we can build this business more easily and doable. Yes?
Yes.
And I ask people this, what do you really have to lose in closing? In the worst case scenario, if you're brand new in this room today, worst case scenario, you gain valuable knowledge, experience, and associations, which can help you in many areas of your life. True? Like, what's the harm in that? Maybe this doesn't work out for you. Hey, you gain good experience, good associations, it's gonna help you in other areas of your life. That's the worst case scenario, couple $100. And by the way, our presentation is worth more than that. If you divide up what some of us make and then put it in the hour that we do the presentation, it's worth more than that, yes?
Yes.
Hey, best case scenario, you change your life, your family tree, and help others do the same. Is that pretty good? To me, it's a no-brainer, right? So if you're playing around with this thing, you're not taking it seriously, let me ask you this question. Are you willing to give yourself a chance? Are you willing to give yourself a chance? Because this is probably, frankly speaking, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, the best shot that a regular person has. You guys follow me? So let's go out there and let's change the world. And let's be proud of the fact that we're different. Thank you guys.
Oh, man, it's getting hot in here, man. I'm fired up, man. You make me want to join all over again. Wow, what an amazing presentation. Thank you so much. And you know, you are just proving once again that we are really, really different in what we do. And we are leading in the industry. Man, I'm sweating. That was amazing. So thank you so much, Ben. You know, we talked about how we are different, right? And Ben has shown us numbers after numbers after numbers. But you know, what I also want to talk about today, and what I want to do is bring up three powerful speakers. Now, I'll introduce the first one. Her name is Alyssa. She comes from Calgary, Canada. And today she's going to be talking about just how powerful our platform truly is. So a little bit about Alyssa, you know, she was in the healthcare industry for 16 years, ladies and gentlemen. Can anybody else relate to that?
Yeah.
Right? 16 years she was in the healthcare industry, but she wasn't really moving ahead in her job, and she felt very burnt out. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I can relate to that, right? Feel a little burnt out in her job. You know, she's been a client now for 8 years, and today she's going to share just how much our products in her business has truly helped her and changed her life. So let's go ahead and bring it over to Calgary, Canada, and hear from Alyssa.
Sorry. Hi, WSB. My name's Alicia. I'm Alicia with a Y. Yeah, I'm newer here, and it's a pleasure to be sharing my story with you. So like you said, I came from the healthcare background. There's my graduation picture from university 16 years ago. And I really thought that, I would be an ultrasound tech for the rest of my life. when you go to school, you really think that that's what you're gonna do. So a little bit, I'm an ultrasound tech, that's actually an ultrasound picture of my daughter, but just to represent my career, I threw that picture in there and moved to Calgary in 2012 to open up the ultrasound department at our brand new hospital at that time. And a few years later, I ended up meeting my trainer in the business here, Jason Tremmel, and became a client, like you said. And he had told me that there was an opportunity here to earn an income, but I was pretty good in my job. I didn't mind it at the time. And over the years, I specialized in many different areas of ultrasound and expanded my knowledge, moved from hospital to clinic work, different specialties. And then, after that, 16 years later, this past April, like you said, I got burnt out. My shoulder also burnt out, doing 15 ultrasounds in a day, every day, 5 days a week. Plus now, adding 2 kids, working family, it leads to burnout. And so I remembered that there was an opportunity to come and earn an income here. So this past May, I was on a medical leave for these injuries and stress. And I reached back out to, my advisor, Jason, and I said, I think I'm ready to look at that business again. Because, he had educated me along the way and I saw the value in the services. And then I really wanted to see the value of earning income and see if I could, replace my healthcare job. So, I started in June 1st. On June 1st, I got my code and got fully licensed in July. And a little bit about my beginnings. I was a client before, so, my before situation is a little bit different maybe than someone who wasn't a client. At the time, we had just chose to do a $1 million term policy for my husband and I, and we had 100,000 for our kids. And we fortunately didn't have any debt when I got here. An emergency fund, we had about $55,000 saved. But I just want to touch on this. So our $55,000 was sitting in a checking account. So obviously I wasn't really that educated on where we should be putting our money because we were good savers. We're very frugal people. We live below our means. But it was literally sitting in a checking account. And I had some RSPs and for my jobs, around $60,000 invested. And so after joining the campaign, back in June, and getting immersed in the culture, the workshops, and all of the trainings that we have here, we actually moved our protection to permanent, and we now have $3 million of coverage with investments building in those policies, and we have $1 million for our kids as well. So just the education there really helped our family move from this left side over to the right side. We still have no debt, thankfully. And then you'll see my emergency fund dropped a bit, but because we chose to take some of that and invest it. So we still have 35,000 in an emergency fund, and we moved 20,000 into just a TFSA. And now we have 86,000 and growing just in the last couple of months that we've been able to start investing and really take control of our finances. So this is just one of my accounts. If I had taken this screenshot a couple of weeks ago, it was a lot higher, but markets dropped and I understand that now. In the industry, I'll go back to that one. So you can zoom in there, Ellen. So if I had taken this a couple weeks ago, it was actually a lot higher, but now I'm educated and I don't get emotional about market drops, which is exciting. I don't mind seeing the little dips in the market because I know this is a long-term plan for our family and it'll eventually come back. And so it's grown a little bit in the last couple of months. This one has only been open for 2 months that we moved money over. And the most exciting part about all of this is actually I get to be my own money manager. I'm learning the skills and the knowledge to become our family money manager. So it's very exciting. And then you'll hear more of my story. I'm sure I'm going to earn, the respect and be able to share my full story someday on a WSB stage, but I was able to achieve marketing director in just 3 months. And I hope to teach that to my future team as well. Just be a fast learner and fast grower. And thank you.
Wow. Wow. Lisa, thank you so much for that powerful share. Ladies and gentlemen, WSB, do we have a powerful platform or what? Right? We are really changing lives. I love it. Now, it's going to get even better because this next speaker we have is coming. We started in Canada, now we're going to California, okay? So we get to hear from Jeanette. And Jeanette, a little bit about her. Anybody ever been to jury duty before? You ever had to go in for jury duty and you don't really want to talk to a lot of people, right? Well, imagine this. Jeanette met her recruiter, DJ Luna, while she was in jury duty, right? Met her recruiter when she was in jury duty and ended up becoming a client and having life-changing encounters. So let's go ahead and over to California and San Jose, and let's hear from Jeanette. Thank you. I don't think we can hear you, Jeanette.
All right, good. Okay, all right. So first of all, I want to thank everybody and thank you for allowing me to share my story. My name is Jeanette, and I started with WSB in October of 2023. And as mentioned earlier, I met my recruiter, PJ Lunas, on my SMB whilst in jury duty. So what turned out to be a simple conversation opened the doors to financial literacy, which I realized I never had. I got educated with PJ, became friends, went to her house, got educated. And I realized that from there on, like I didn't have the structure, I didn't have an exit plan, and I joined the organization. So after having been educated, I became an SMB in March of 2024. I didn't have a story to tell. I was just doing what my trainer was asking me to do. But then again, life gave me a story. It was when I applied for my policy because I realized that my husband and I didn't have the proper protection. We only had $150,000 protection from our employers. So I did open my policy, applied in May 2024. June of 2024 was when I got approved. 4 weeks after, my life changed because in July I was given a terminal diagnosis and I was given a year to live. So that changed my life. But having been educated and someone took the time to share the mission with me, I got peace of mind, knowing that I'm already protected and I don't have to worry about my family. So I went through dark times, but I was still doing the business. It gave me peace of mind that I didn't have to worry and I can only focus on healing. But then again, after doing the proper paperwork, I was given a payout from Pacific Life, which is a part of my policy. So I can share it. Yes. I will see. So that was a payout that I received from my insurance policy. So I actually, it was scary receiving the paycheck because on the note, it says death benefit, but I'm still alive. But regardless, I'm still very grateful that someone took time to share the mission to me and my husband. Had I not met PJ, I don't know how to deal with my sickness, and I don't know if I still can survive knowing that I don't have anything. But then thank you, I'm grateful for the mission. I'm not showing this to impress you. I'm not showing the check to impress you, but this is to impress upon you that it's really important to get ourselves protected. And Getting your family protected is the greatest decision you'll ever make for your loved ones. I'm a living testimony that life can throw you a curveball when you least expect it. But if you're prepared, it means a lot, and I'll give you peace of mind, and I'll help you move forward in life. Well, it's been more than a year since the diagnosis. I'm still alive. But now with a greater purpose. And I can't say thank you enough to the person who shared me the mission. And I vow to myself from here on, moving forward, that I'll stand with my leaders, share the mission, and pay it forward to the community. So thank you so much.
Wow, WSB, can we, from US, Canada, from all across the country, can we just show some love for Jeanette? What an amazing story. Thank you so much, Jeanette, for such a powerful testimony. You know, you're truly showing us that we can really change lives. So I do appreciate that. Now, without further ado, we have another speaker that I want to introduce. This speaker, so we were in California, now we're going over to Georgia, okay? So this speaker, his name is Mr. Good Looking Kevin too. A little bit about him. He used to be a previous restaurant owner. And today he's going to share a little bit with us just about how impactful some of our products are. Now we have hundreds of products we can provide, but the Good Looking Kevin too, he's going to talk to us a little bit about our rival. So let's go ahead and pan over to Atlanta, Georgia, and let's hear from Kevin.
Hey, guys. Woo. Could you show a camera to our office real quick? Ah. Thank you. All right, friend. My name is Kevin Tu. I'm 5'8". I want to share with you guys about the new product. Of course, I don't have a sad story to share, but I have a happy story to share with you guys. You know, one of the service that we do. 3 years ago, majority of my business are life insurance. I do almost like a 90+% of service on life insurance. And then when the new product came out, Ryla, a number of years, I didn't take a look at that. But 3 years ago, I really take a good look at this product and services. And today I want to use this opportunity to share with you a little bit about this product, how does this thing work, okay? And I will share with you some of my clients right here bought some product from me. So this product is called RILA. It stands for Registered Index Link Annuity. So how's this thing work, RILA? So for example, this individual paid $100,000 put inside this account. Of course, the minimum of this type of account open is 25,000. You don't have to put 100,000. I'm just using example and run the number. And then 45 years old. Looking at this, I ran some numbers. So we have many companies sell this product. Today I share with you is the illustration comes from Trans-America. Of course, we have Equitable, we have Prudential selling this. We also have Allianz, we have Jackson National, we have Mass Mutual sell this kind of product, and many different companies sell the similar type of product like that with a similar strategy. So for example, I'm using this one. So this individual put $100,000 inside this account. And then what they have, they based on an S&P 500, which is the 500 strongest company in the United States, based on the performance of the S&P 500 to give a return. What they do is they have a guarantee not guarantee, they have what we call a buffer. Buffer is mean that in that 6 years, because this type of product is a 6-year contract, so within if 6 years later on, if the market goes down, so you can pick 10% buffer or you can pick 20% buffer. What is a 10% buffer is mean that if the market lost less than 10%, you lose nothing. So that means they will refund you maximum up to 10%. Let's say you put $100,000 in. If they lost $10,000 after 6 years, you will get your money back. $100,000. You got follow me so far, right? But if it's grow, they can pay you up to a cap of 250%. What does that mean is if you put $100,000 in, if the market goes skyrocket high, and the maximum you're earning is 250% of the 100,000. So total you're gonna have $350,000. That's a highest. Let's say 360,000, you won't get that. You only get 350. So when I'm looking at this, it's pretty good, right? If I put $100,000 in, 6 years later on, if I can get to this now, well, I love it. So I talked to my client about that. So the nice thing about this is when you open this type of account, you know what? No cost. There's absolutely no fee. Those are people who worry about, oh, what kind of fee you're gonna charge me? This type of account have no fee at all. You pay nothing to put the money in, and they grow the money for you. And you can roll this money from your 401k, and I'm gonna share with you some of the account that I roll over from 401k, or from IRA. So if you have the money from 401k and IRA, for those of people who quit the job or they change job, they have 401k, we roll this money over. The money earning with tax deferred, that means you don't pay tax while earning. Until you get the money out, you will pay taxes. Or you can roll this money from the bank account, like some people have sitting checking account, saving account, earning very little. So you can roll this money over with our firm too. So tax defer. Or you can roll over from your Roth IRA that you've been built up for a long, long time. So when you roll this money over, the money earning, you don't pay tax, but when you pull the money out, you also don't have to pay tax too. We call tax free. So how you like it, this kind of product, right? So I want to share with you a little bit about some of the clients that I've been open with several different companies, because some clients tell me, oh, I have some money with this company already. Can you pick another company for me? I don't want to put all my eggs in the basket. So I pick a different company, but they came out almost the same of the return. So the first person I want to show it to you is my sister. This is my sister. I talked to my older sister. I said, hey, sister, you have some money? So I explained to her, she said, I have 50,000. So she gave me $50,000 right here. On the day that she gave it to me is on May 28th, 2024. So he said, well, do whatever, don't lose my money, okay? So I said, okay. And I worked with her and I put the money in. So 1.5 years later, not even 1.5 years, May 24 to now is November, her account from 50,000 now is 63,000. She earned $13,000 in 1 year. Is that okay to earn this? You guys know what they say? They pay me only $1,707 for this account. Some people say, oh, I don't want to make money from my family. I said, I only make this much, but she make this much. Which one got better, right? So, and then I come with there's another team member of mine. So he came in there and he said that, hey Kevin, I just retired from the company. So I have a 401k. I try Equitable. So the day that I roll over was July 25th in 2023, about 2 years ago. And then you know what happened? He gave me $262,000 inside his account. I don't know if you guys see that, 263, 262. But after that, he took out $25,000 on the same year to take care of some of the stuff for his retirement, right? But guess what? How much he earned? $81,000. Today his account still has $318,000. Is that okay? You make 81,000. You know how much I make? The company only paid me $9,000. I think he make more money than me. And so I'm like, what in the world? And then he tried to introduce me somebody too. So I also want to share with you one of my clients on the life insurance side. She had some money, right? So on March of 2023, she gave me $100,000 on her account. in her bank account. She said, oh, I have $100,000. You know, when they say they only have 100,000, they lie to you. So he gave me $100,000. And you know what? 2023 to today, she earned $62,000 out of her account, total with $162,000. But last year I called her, I said, Jay, because she's older than me, like Vietnamese sister, right? I said, your account make about 30-something thousand dollars right there. She said, oh, I have another 100,000, but put under my husband's name. I said, okay, I take that too. You know what? So she gave me her husband account right here with $100,000 put in, right? On the day is May 28, 2024. Guess what happened? This guy earned $27,000 right here on this account. She earned 62. Combined, both of them make 90+ thousand dollars. Guess what? Her account paid me $3,500 commission. This one paid me $3,500 commission. I make 7,000, but the family make almost $100,000. Is that a pretty good deal? I don't know, good deal for them, nothing for them, right? I think it's a good deal for them. That's what we do for family out there. Some people say, oh, you make a lot of money. No, they make a lot of money than me, right? Think about that, right? So I also, during COVID time, I don't know what to do. People don't want to talk to me, healthcare. So I said, oh, you know what? Let me call some of my old clients, give me some money, right? So this lady gave me $200,000 on her account. So she opened this account, and then guess what happened? Today she has 257, so she make 257,000, right? During that time, she said, oh, you know what, Kevin? I have, oh, by the way, I just want to show it to you, I make $7,000. So I helped her to roll the money over. She said, you know, I have another $214,000 from a old IIA. I said, oh, I can take that too. So I took that account and today becomes $280,000. So looking at this, so she liked it. And then, of course, I got paid another $7,600 out of this account, right? And then guess what happened? She introduced me to her uncle. She said, oh, my uncle has some money. I said, okay, can I talk to him? So he gave me $50,000. I said, oh, I only have 50,000. They lied to you too. So $50,000. And turn around, I can give him 3,000, on the Ryla, right? So he earned some money, but I only make $1,700. So later on, the uncle said, you know what? I have another CD mature. Can I talk to you again? I say, sure, I can talk to you again, sir. So I get another $100,000 from him. So after 100,000 today, he has $131,000 from this one, right? Of course, he make 31,000, and I only make $3,500. So I make like a lot less than him. So and then later on, you know what happened? So that lady said, "Do you know my cousin?" I said, "I never met your cousin." She said that I introduced you. I said, "Okay, auntie, let me go talk to your cousin." So cousin already retired. He said, oh, I have $400-something thousand right here. I don't know what to do. I said, come to me. So I wrote this money over and he took out $40,000 as a retirement, right? But that from what year? 2023 to today, he earned $108,000. So with $505,000 on his account, he make $100,000. But they only pay me $15,000. And then I had a couple more, and then I close it up. And then that lady told me, you know what? My son wanted to listen to it, so I got 50,000 again. So, but this one, they just last year, 2025, this year, February. So today, he has 4,000. So I make 4,000, very little, but I make $1,700. And then this one, another son, give me another 50,000. 4,000, I make another $1,000.
Oh my God,
right?
Rich Steve.
But in my conclusion, I want to share with you on this one. So my sister gave me 50, she earned 13,000, I make 1,000. My team member give me 237. He earned 81. I make 9,000. That's not too bad. And the number two give me 200,000, make 90,000 total. I only got $7,500. And this family gave me total 1 million plus. Make 283,000. I only make 39,000. So in the past 3 years, I submitted $10 million in past 3 years. Pay inside the Lila like that because I used to sell another like something. Now 30% of my business are this. Because of what? My wife told me, you know what? Cost of living have rise. Inflation. You know, the bowl of noodles used to be 15, now 17 in Georgia. You need to make more money. That's what my wife said. She said, we increased 3, 4, 5%. I said, okay, let me do something, right? So 10 million, they pay 5.5% commission. So equal 550,000. My contract is 65. I make 357,000 on top of my life insurance business. So divide by 3, every year I bring her $120,000 extra. For what we call cost of living adjustment. So once again, my name is Kevin too. 5'8" for my land.
Wow. And someone over there in Georgia needs to actually, check his actual height, okay? I think you've given him. Kevin, you mentioned, talked a lot about some really powerful products we have, but I find it so funny, WSB, if this is your first time here and you're listening to somebody like Kevin too, he said he only made 39,000. What a powerful campaign we had, what powerful solutions do we have? Awesome.
39, those account, not my income though.
Correct. I love it, love it. Thank you so much, Kevin. All right, thank you to all of our testimonies today. We talked about our powerful platform. WSB, I have a great opportunity today. I want to share a secret, okay? Does anybody here today want to make 6 figures in this business, 7 figures in this business? Go ahead and raise your hand from your office. You want to make some good money? We want to change some lives? I'm going to let you in on a secret. We actually have a system, and we have a proven system to help you get the success you're looking for and your team's success. So today, without further ado, I have the greatest privilege and an honor to introduce our next speaker today. WSB, I have a lot of role models and people that I look up to, but this lady has truly, she is one of the people that has truly changed my life, and I couldn't be more thankful for her. There's a million different things I could say to introduce her, but I want to give you guys a little personal story. I don't think I ever shared this with her as well. A couple of years ago, I had the privilege of picking her up from the airport, and I got to drive her to our office. And, young kid like myself, to me, this lady is a superstar. She almost feels like a celebrity, right? I remember driving to the office, and if the speed limit was like 45, I was going like 25 miles an hour. I was shaking, okay? But WSB, what I want to share today is not only can we change people's lives, not only can we build a business and help others, but when you come into this business, you are also a part of a family. And from the minute I met this speaker today, she made me feel like family. And she really has, like I said, changed my life. So without further ado, I get the opportunity to introduce one of our coaches, Alicia Nguyen. Now, a little bit about Alicia. She's also been in the business with her family. Some of you guys might know her father, right? Alicia's been in this business. She's been around since she was a kid. And now today she helps lead our financial literacy campaign all across the country. She's a great business coach, but she's also a person that we can trust and really put our attention on today. It was also her birthday. So guys, she's 25 years old, if anybody wants to know. Okay. So without further ado, Alicia, take it away.
All right. Hey, can we all give Brandon a great hand for? I'm gonna take it over from here, but Brandon, I just want to say, you inspire me as much as I inspire you. For somebody with such a great background and being in your young 20s, but now you are, like, did you see on his slide, he went back to 4 colleges, like 2024, on top of many other, locations. I know he posts a lot about the churches that he give presentation, or he goes to adult organizations and whatnot. And his always at the end of every post that he writes is, leave the world a better place, better than you found it. That's his mission. So great job, Brendan, for, being one of the leaders of the next generation.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. I'm gonna take it over from here. And as Brandon mentioned, my name is Alicia Nguyen. I've officially been here for 15 years on paper. But my story, I always have to credit back, actually started before I was even born. Because I was born into this business. My father, he started 40 years ago. And, at that time, he was a social worker of an agency called International Rescue Committee. Their primary focus is to help refugees all over the world. And my mom was an accountant, and they were making okay money, but they always wish they could have a few extra $100 a month, Armando, so that they can pay off bills faster and save money. For my parents are 1 out of 8 siblings on both sides, of a total of 16 siblings. And then 3 grandparents, because one of my dad's dad passed away when my dad was like 17. So 3 grandparents, and then me and my 2.
Why do I say this?
So I'm the youngest of 3. But obviously, as only 5-10 years in America at that 10 years in America at that time, that's a lot of responsibility for a refugee trying to, that's why many of us feel paycheck to paycheck, right? And if nobody ever introduced us a way to learn how to save money and learn how to invest and learn the financial system here in America, we happen to stay in that cycle all the way until our 60s, into our retirement, right? And that's why Alejandro had to make that joke about, the tradition is that kids have to do better in America so that they can take care of their parents, right? And that's actually what we're facing today. My generation, in the 30s and, sorry, I hesitate. You said with my birthday, I'm turned 38, right? I like to think that I'm always 23 though, when I joined this business 15 years ago. But I do feel like one of the biggest issues that my friend group is going to face and not talked about enough is we are having kids older. So we're now in my late 30s. So all of our kids are 5 years or less. But then we're gonna have these parents, we have our parents that are in their late 60s and getting into their 70s, which are most likely gonna deal with long-term care, right? And so I know that Gen Xers have felt a little bit of the, sandwich generation feeling, but I really think that it's gonna fall on us as millennials and the next generation. So long story short, that's a little bit how I started with my family. My dad has been doing it for 40 years. I grew up in the office. This was very normal for me, Saturday mornings my whole life. But I really want to give a big thank you to you. Because I know this morning all over US and Canada, there's a lot more quote unquote fun things to do on a Saturday morning. I met Cheryl and Jason here. They're from Reading, which is about a 3-hour drive. 4-hour drive that they drove all the way from Redding, California to come here to learn about who we are, Financial Literacy Campaign today, right? Saturday mornings are typically meant for cartoons before, right? And, maybe there's a lot of functions that you have today, but you came today to learn more about financial education. And, that's a little bit about how my family have been building this team for the last 40 years. Right? And you hear the testimonies today about, what is the financial education we teach to people, but also what are some of the solutions that we help people build a financial foundation. Okay. And my job now, I'm going to share with you, is how do we do that? What is our system to do that? Okay. And so, and we can go to my first slide, is that we have a system called GX. Okay, and everybody always asks me, what does it stand for? And actually, I always tell them it's ambiguous. It's whatever you want to interpret as. Okay, some people say G stands for growth, stands for green, stands for giant, or ginormous, however you want to interpret. Genius, right? And X could be exciting, it could be explosion, it could be, X factor, okay? But in whatever your interpretation is, in general, or in summary, what we're all experiencing is the success factory, right? All the people that you heard from earlier, they are different level of GX. They are, some of them they call GX3, right? Some of them they are GX7. I'm gonna explain to you what that means, okay? But before we go into that, I wanna start off with our material. When all of you join our business, we're going to give you what we call our startup kit, okay? It's a box that contains all the materials to help you understand. So to be fair, okay, do you agree that if you join a business, you got to learn and you have to put in time to read a little bit, okay? So in here is a whole box filled with different books, different pamphlets that help you go through understanding what our financial literacy campaign is. But today I just want to share with you a few pages from these two books called The Moment of Truth and the System Builder book. So we can now switch to Elmo, please. Okay. That to just give you at least some background about the integrity of our business and our system to help you understand before I move on to the next couple of slides. Okay. So this is called The Moment of Truth, and this is my father. So everything in this kit is 40 years worth of experience to help you get what we call a fast start. That's why this is the startup kit or the fast start kit, okay? But maybe some of you are pretty impressed by what you've heard so far, okay? Especially who could beat Kevin too, showing all those numbers, the previous speaker, right? But what is the integrity of a system? Because I know you have some questions that I want to help answer for you, okay? And all of our books and materials are approved of compliance. They also have to go through FINRA. So you know that all of our answers in these materials is tried and true, okay? But the integrity of our system. What are the four elements of a true business? Number one, people ask, do we make money recruiting people? Absolutely, we do not, okay? We could recruit, in fact, as a team right now, we recruit over 10,000 people a month. And nobody makes 1 penny on recruiting, okay? When people join the business, you pay a nominal fee for the membership agreement, but that money goes directly to the corporate company for membership and processing. In most cases, this fee barely covers the cost of your paperwork. So when you join us, in US, it's $125. In Canada, it's $150 plus tax. Okay, so depending what province. And that money goes to World Financial Group, our corporate parent company, to do small things like background check, to help with your administration process, like getting you licensed, getting you appointed with the different companies we work with. Okay, so just like any platform, even ChatGPT make you pay monthly subscription to use their platform to search all your answers, right? So here is $125 one time, okay, for the administrative paperwork. As for us, we don't make a dime when we recruit someone. On the contrary, we have to spend time and resources to prepare the paperwork before sending it to the home office. And for many months, and sometimes even years, we invest a lot of time, energy, and money to work with the new recruits until they become successful. Not only when they make money making sale, we make money through override and supervision. But until it gets to that point, it's a lot of initial investment into you, right? That we have both mutual time that we spend together. And then, do I have to recruit to make money? Absolutely not. You do not have to recruit to make money. We are not the type of organization that requires you to recruit a lot of people in order to make money. In some quote unquote multi-level organizations, earnings per sale are so small, they have to emphasize recruits, lots of recruits, so that out of hundreds or thousands of people, there are enough sales for you to make some real money. In some cases, You are even required to buy the products and load your garage with boxes of products that you may not need so that the people above you can make money. The true test of a real business is, can you make money even if you don't have one recruit at all? And our big answer is a big yes.
Yes.
In our industry, you can simply get the proper licenses and you just purely make sales like traditional advisor out there. Okay? Many sales can bring you hundreds or thousands in commission for one transaction. We have people in this company who make good income just by sales alone without recruiting. However, the reason many of us want to recruit is because we want to build a big business, right? So what is this third one? We have no quotas, no minimums, okay? We impose no quota nor recruiting requirements. In fact, you're not required to do anything. And there's some people sitting in this room or all across those 300 offices that also did nothing in the last 3 months or last 6 months. They just love to come and help pass out the snack and do the registration, whatever, because they just love our community, okay? So you don't have to show up to meetings. You can come and leave as you please. You don't have any deadlines. You don't have to move up or get promoted if you don't want to. However, you may have to fulfill some obligation due to regulatory requirements. For example, compliance meeting, continuing education, or if there's a minimum production, it's only on the securities license to have the privilege to override a large organization. Okay? And no, most of these requirement is actually state or federal requirement. It's not a company requirement. Okay? You don't have to buy our products to join our company or to stay in the business. You only buy if you have the need and the product is suitable and affordable for you. The only reason you buy our product is because you believe it. You believe it will help you and do good things for your family. Furthermore, if you feel that it's good for you, then you may want to share it with other people, right? It's hard to sell others something that you don't believe in. I mean, look at all of those clients of Kevin. They don't even join the business, but they see that, you know, they are so appreciative of how he helped them in their own account. They're just naturally referring to him. Some of you might feel that way, okay? So here's the last one, the last test. You decide how big you build your business. It's your business. You're an entrepreneur, you're an independent contractor. You make decisions and have total responsibility over your own business. You can build as big as you want, as small as you want. You can even surpass and make more money than the person above you. Nobody can hold you back. As long as you meet the guidelines, you will earn the new position. You move up by your own merit. We believe that the strength of a good business is to give maximum freedom to the entrepreneur. That is our cutting edge. You can tailor your business in accordance with your lifestyle, your family needs, and your personal situation. There's no territory limits. That's why somebody like Vin is actually Canadian, but he's building here in the US. That's why he's in this office today, right? You can build in any city, state, or province that you wish. Of course, you need to be properly licensed and fulfill the local requirements. Most companies in our industry, however, don't share our belief. Most of them impose quotas, have territory restrictions, require full-time commitments, and limit advancement to the highest positions. We, on the other hand, believe in the free enterprise system. Here, you have freedom to grow, to build a business with your own goals and according to your own dreams. But keep in mind, building a big business requires a big amount of discipline and commitment. That's a fair statement. Do you agree? Okay, so anyways, just to give you, that's just a little appetizer. You have to get the kid to read the rest on your own, okay? So at least that gives you some basic answers to the fundamental question maybe behind your mind, okay? But now, before I go to GX and explain to you what that is, one more to the Elmo, please. I just want to read you one excerpt from the System Builder book, because now you see, okay, she answered all the basic questions. I like the products and the education they showed me so far. How do I do it? Okay, because I'm not a finance background. I am Uber driver or delivery, like you saw Karen share earlier, right? I'm a nurse like Alicia or an ultrasound tech. I am a student, I'm an athlete. How do all these different people from different backgrounds, or Brian, our MC in Gold Street, is from Huawei, a VP of a big company, right? So we have all people from different walks of life, different English, different language. But how do we all come together is because the importance of the system. Okay, you only need a system if you want to be big. If you want to do it small, you don't need a system. If you want to sell all by yourself, who cares about a system? Okay, but if you want something that somebody can follow, something to grow, duplicate, and multiply, then you need to have a system. Unfortunately, many people don't see themselves becoming big, hence they hardly pay attention to a system. For example, if you open one restaurant, you don't need a system. But if you want to open 10 restaurants, then you got to have a system. If you want to build thousands, you need to be a system builder. That's why our team name is World System Builder. Builders love the system. It's clear that great builders of any kind, whether it's coaches, entrepreneurs, engineers, universities, corporations, and governments, rely heavily on a workable and predictable system. Okay, so that just gives you an overview about why we have a system. Okay, so now what is our system? So we can go back to the slides. Okay, our system is called GX. Okay, and so what you're looking at the screen here is that every month that you do GX, that's the number behind the GX letters, right? So for example, I'm wearing the GX11 shirt today because I'm hoping all my team is doing GX every month. So we're in November, they should be GX11, right? But if somebody's sitting next to you, maybe they are GX3 because they only joined 4 or 5 months ago. But that's okay. Any level of GX you are, it's more about following the system rather than following certain titles, because you rather have a trainer that's somebody out doing the actual work every single day than somebody like a CEO, but they're just pointing from their office like this, right? Okay, so GX is our success factory. And I just want to explain to you how to understand what GX is. You can see on the slide, it says 315, okay? GX means 3, recruit, 15,000 points. Let's go through the points first, okay, and help you understand what that is. Next slide, please. Okay. Just click it, go ahead. Yep, okay. So just to make it simple, I don't expect you to memorize all this today, but it just gives you an idea, okay? So different products pay us different percentages, okay? So points are, you take the product, then depending on what that company pays out. Okay, so for example, these are based on, Transamerica will pay different than a company called Pacific Life. And American funds will pay different than a company called Goldman Sachs, right? But this is just one example per type. So for example, mutual funds, that's the payout it pays. The annuity, you saw Kevin always show 5% on all the annuities that he was doing. Life insurance pays 125%. Long-term care, we call asset-based long-term care, is 7%. Okay, so it just depends how much the client puts in. Okay, so I'm just giving you some general examples here or some averages. Okay, and then that pays out our points. So you can see in this example, if you just did one of each with that around premium, then you would have 15,000 points already. Okay, and what we get paid out on is just depending on your contract level. We have 4 different contract levels, but I'm just going to do an average one, which is MD, marketing director. I would say you can become MD is as fast as 30 days or less. Some people even do it in 7 days or 2 weeks. But on average, I would say you become MD in 90 days at most. Okay, that's the average. So you can see as a part-time, you can make a good $7,000, $8,000 a month by helping people understand their own personal financial foundation and helping with the solution that you saw Kevin, Alicia, and Jeanette here, get those products for themselves, right? And share with other people their experience. So on the recruit side, it's just giving a generic visual. three recruits is any form of three recruits as long as they're in your team. So it could be direct to you or it could be under your team. You could work together and have three recruits under that person. That also would count. Okay. So, you know, if you have more questions, ask questions about it. I just want to give you an overview. When I tell you what GX is called 315, now you understand what three recruits looks like and 15,000 points looks like. Make sense so far? Okay. So what makes GX a success factory? Because every month you focus on doing GX, it's not a quota, but it's just a system. Okay? We don't have to do it. In fact, like I mentioned, some people in our office here might be the whole year only GX1, which means 11 months they didn't do it. And that's okay. They're still here today, right? Because it's your independent contractor. It's your own business. But when we do have people accomplish it on a monthly basis, right? Why? Because it's a system or a success factory that helps you learn recruiting. Okay? And recruiting, I think we've got to take out, I know there is, in America, unfortunately, recruiting becomes some taboo word, right? But in fact, most company and all universities, the military, the schools, the government, all the churches, the religious organizations, all rely on recruiting. They just call different names. Instead of call recruiting, they call people service members, they call people active duty, they call students, but they all need recruiting to survive, right? And when it comes to business, let me ask you, outside of financial industry, in any other business, do restaurants need recruits to be able to make money? Right? Real estate people also need recruiting to be able to sell more house, right? So recruiting is what you need to learn is law of large number. Okay. Now we talk about big business. What about sales? Of course, you know, to me, sale is just an easy word for everybody to understand. But if you looked at all the products we talked about today, I always say to my team, never feel guilty what quote unquote a sale, because all the money that Mohammed, that we give the people the solution, the money goes back to them. You saw life insurance policy. You pay $200 a month. If something happens to you, who gets that money? Your family. You saw in Kevin 2's example of an annuity. You put in money in, and when you retire, who gets that money? You get that money, right? When it comes to long-term care, if you get sick, you get disabled, and you need money to pay for your nurses, your doctor's appointments, and all those medications, who gets that money? You get that money. Okay, so we provide the service to educate them, that's considered the sale. But all the money goes back to them. Their college planning goes back to their kids when they go to school, right? So GX is a sale factory. GX is a field training factory. You know, when we do GX, when I try to help train, Jason to do GX, right? It's that what the most important part is duplication. My goal is not necessarily get your result, is to help you learn the process of doing client review for people, how to read a statement, how to understand what people's financial foundation is, why people make six-figure income, but in the bank, they don't have enough. They don't have enough emergency fund, right? That is what we call field training. GX is a factory of cash flow. You know, I'm going to share with you some more people after this about, because of just focusing on GX, just their initial goal was to just help recruit three people, 15,000. But then it ended up not only they were able to duplicate themselves, but they were able to learn how to make money through that as well, as you saw Kevin share, right? GX is a promotion factory, right? Every week we have in our webinar, we see people getting different promotion, right? Because you can do as little, but you can do as big as you want. So as long as we are here, you saw we are merit-based promotion, not political based, not personality based, not because we like you. Here, as long as you hit the number, and instead of just focusing, how do I get promoted? We just focus on GX, okay? Duplication, right? In fact, you know, the most beautiful part about this business is that we can simplify, unify, and multiply. Our goal is to educate 30 million people, financially educated families in North America, in US and Canada. Let me ask you, even as powerful as I am, I still only have 24 hours a day. So that's why I need you, Austin, that when I have you and me, we go to work together, now we have 48 hours, but in one day. Right? And then today, for example, what you're seeing on the screen, what we have built over the last 40 years is 50,000 licensed agents, right? In US and Canada that are going out and educating people, just like you saw on the screen today. Okay, but we know even 50,000, that's even 50,000 is still not enough. That's why we need you. We want you here today because Reading doesn't have enough people giving financial education, right? Maybe somebody in Calgary, like you saw, Saskatchewan, not enough people to give financial education. We don't have enough in Nebraska yet. We don't have enough in Idaho yet. Okay, so that's why we are always looking for simplify, unify, and multiply, but it requires also discipline and focus. So GS gives you a discipline and focus factory because you can do this on a part-time basis. It requires some level of commitment and discipline and focus. Most of us focus right now, like Mohammed, you focus only because, or you have a discipline only because there is a boss over your head. Yeah. So most of us naturally don't have discipline by ourselves. But when you're part of a system like GX, you're part of community, you're part of a system that, okay, help you become self-disciplined because you like to, not because you have to. Okay? So when you combine all those factors together, you become successful. That's why, we want you to understand GX like the same prestige as, you send your kid to Harvard, they're going to graduate with a very high degree, right? We see our GX program is like the mastery or the success factory of, hey, stop trying to look at all the other way to become successful. Come here. We have the exact formula or the factory for you to become successful. Okay? So, a plan, a discipline, and focus. These are the quote unquote levels that we want you to start and eventually graduate with. They're not official titles in the company, but it's internal titles we use. Okay. And we try to make it fun. You're going to do this part-time, and why have to become executive, senior, chief, vice chairman? Why don't you become a big kahuna? Okay. So, so I will share with you what these mean. Okay. For example, when you are GX, that's your personal 315. You got to start with yourself. Okay. Every month you focus on minimum 3 recruits and 15,000 points. That's got to build your self-discipline first. Because you can't tell someone to do something, Andrea, unless you do it first, right? Okay. So you do it personal, and then you do it for 3 months. We call GX3. You're going to become marketing director. Okay. You become an GX MD. And after that, now we want you to duplicate. We call MD Builder, which means you help 3 other people in your team also become GX. Okay, so that's what we call MD Builder. And when you keep doing it for 12 months in a row, your personal GX, then you become a Titan X. And we have a special coaching program for you every Monday morning, okay, where we have our most experienced leaders share about how to build, how to deal with, big people's commitment, how to deal with discipline, how to deal with fast start. They give all their experience, doesn't matter what team they're on. We come together as a community and share, this is how I do it in California, this is how I do it in Illinois, right? And you can learn from all those different people. Then when you build 5 GX in your team, you are somebody that we call a kahuna, okay? And when you get to 10, we call big kahuna, okay? And if you've never hit kahuna or big kahuna, then we call you a tuna. I'm just kidding. All right. But like I said, these are just internal because we want to keep it fun. We believe, life is too short to just work alone. And life is too short to just go to work for something you don't believe in. Life is too short to to work for somebody else and to have nothing at the end of it or get laid off at any time, right? So we want to and life is too short not to have fun, obviously, okay? So personal 315 is doing faster, okay? like I said, we have no quotas here, but Helio, is that how I say your name? Oh, Kiko. Okay, thank you, Kiko. So, Kiko, let's say you join today, you say, okay, well, how do I start? We say, okay, just run for your 315. You don't have to, but if you like to work on building a business like we showed you today, well, we want to do it fast, because if not, naturally, you always want to take it slow, right? Naturally, you say you want to learn everything first before I start. But let me ask you a question. You know, if you want to open a restaurant, a successful one, can you say, let me learn all the customers' allergies, all the customers' preference before I start? No, you just have to open and you learn as you go. Same thing in this business. You're not going to learn every person's financial situation. How do you deal with somebody who's a business owner? How do you deal with somebody who is low income? How do you deal with somebody that only has $100 a month? How do you deal with somebody that has $1,000 a month? You don't know until you start, right? So personal 315 or GX is your fast start. You aim for that first, okay? Then when you become a GX3, you become a trainer because you've done GX 3 times, right? Which probably means you've talked to about 20 to 30 people in those 3 months. And you probably will met most of the frequently asked questions. Now you become a trainer. That's why you start building, you start duplicating. Okay? You're able to help 3 people in your team also become GX. You start building, right? And when you get on Titanex, that's where we're going to work on your discipline and your focus. And this is really important to me. I know they sound like scary words, but actually, I'm watching my son right now. I have 2 kids, an 11-year-old and a 1.5-year-old, a 10-year gap. Okay. But I look at my older son, Avery, who's 11, and actually one of the biggest things I'm worried about is his ability to focus and be disciplined. Because I'm realizing that, I introduced screen time too early, and now his attention span is really terrible. And, even just sitting 5 minutes with doing nothing, he's like, I'm bored. And I'm okay with him being bored. But my worry is, will he be able, as he grows older, to even sit in class to learn for 30 minutes, let alone an hour? Right? And I really believe that as adults, we are starting to lose this discipline and focus also. We like to work from home because secretly we're scrolling when we're on the computer. We're not working, right? We are, even in this meeting right now, I think some of you might have checked your phone, right? While we are doing the Zoom. Our attention span is getting shorter and shorter, and we need a group, we need a community that helps us bring us back, because I think you all know that success is not convenient. Success is not going to just fall from the sky from you. We're not going to be lucky with some big stock, that's not going to happen to all of us, right? So we all need to learn that to be successful, we got to have some minimum basic level of discipline and focus. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Kahuna is we call build a big base shop, right? Which is building a bigger team. Which you start to duplicate yourself on a 5GX. And I'm going to have someone show you exactly every single GX you build is tied to how your income is. We have proof that our formula, it becomes a real testimony. Okay. And Big Kahuna becomes domination. You can change your whole financial foundation. You can change multiple people's lives, in your community because of just focusing on GX yourself and duplicating. Okay. So simplify, unify to multiply. Okay. So with that, let me call on 3 amazing individuals that are a testimony of our GX system or our success factory. Okay. The first one I'm going to introduce you is Gina Avellino. She's from Stockton, California. And we know that, in California, Stockton's not the best place that well known to become successful, right? Opportunities are limited, but I'm so glad that our company does not discriminate. We have an office in Stockton, but today she happens to be with an entire team in Yuba City Financial Center. Okay. And, I just want you to see this amazing woman. She has a job, she has family, but because the opportunity was given to her, right, in the last 2 months alone, Gina made $50,000 in the last 2 months. She just joined this year. That's how doable GX and our system is, all right? So everybody, please give a big hand to Gina Avellino. We don't hear you yet, Gina.
Thank you so much, Coach Alicia. All right, Janelle here, we are here at Yuba Financial Center. All right, wanna share my screen with you guys. Share my story. A little bit about myself. So yeah, I'm from Stockton, California, but I'm based here with Melissa Yuba Financial Center. January of 2000, when I migrated here in the United States.
We don't see the slides yet.
So. Okay. All right. A little bit about myself. January 2000, when I migrated here in the United States from the Philippines. February of 2000, that was like 2 weeks after we got here in California. I started working at McDonald's. I stayed there for 3 years while studying, taking my general education at San Joaquin College. And moving myself up to be a shift manager for those 3 years. But after that, I wanted some other ventures, so I actually started working at In-N-Out Burger when July of 2003, while studying at California State University in Stanislaus in Charlotte, California. I worked at In-N-Out for 6 years, and I graduated 2007 with my Bachelor of Science in Business Administration. Also, while working at In-N-Out Burger, I also worked at H&R Block. First, my first year, I worked as customer service, and then taking some classes, and then I was able to do some taxes. So when I graduated, I graduated in 2007, but I did not get a job right after. So after a year, I was able to start working as an accountant at Verizon Purdue full-time. Also work at In-N-Out part-time, like at night and at that 6 to 10. So, and also work at H&R Block part-time when it's tax season. That's when I normally do it in the weekends. So my 5 to 1 o'clock full-time job at Horizon Food Group, and then from that I go to In-N-Out Burger. This is my family. My husband was migrated here in the United States in 2019. We are blessed with 2 little kids, my beautiful daughter, Bella, and my handsome son, Lien. Both of these babies are premature kids. Bella was born 30 weeks with a 1 pounder, and Lien is born 34 weeks, 3 pounds. I joined WSB January of this year, 2025, with my sister Alice Romo. And the one who recruited me actually is Mary Joy, and thank you so much for sharing this opportunity to us. I hit my JX1 March of 2025. April 5, when I did my first Saturday meeting at Wall Street with our team. I passed my license in April 18. May 17, I attended the first summer convention summit here in U.S. Financial Center. June 1st, I was qualified on the GX Explosions. We were the GX Explosion also. June 7, I hosted the summer summit. Some couple people came in, we invited, and a couple of them showed up. June of 2025, when I become GXMD, marketing director. July of 2026, when we attended Sacramento G25. And October 79, I did the big step to take an office in Stockton, California. I got the key on that day and signed the lease. October 18th, the next day, when I got the key, we were able to do the BPM at the office. And October 2025, that's when I hit a great milestone with this business. I became a GX4. I built, there's like 3 GXers under me, GX1s. So I got, I also was a top 20 MD-based producer, and I hit my 37,000 pay cash flow. And because of that, I was qualified I had the privilege to go for a dinner at head coach house on November 1st. That's where the marketing director and the builder 3. So those are, and I had the privilege to talk to like a one-on-one with coach also, like in the bottom, right? This is the GX retreat from November 2nd to 3rd. I brought like 8 campaigners with me, and some of them are like the GXers too, with the triplets with the class 1. And here we go. That's more of the GX retreat. And Wednesday webinar is Stockton, California, with our CEO. So right after the GX retreat, we did the meeting mentality. We wanted to go to Fall Street again with my team. So we went for a Saturday meeting on 11 days. November 11, this is when I did my 50 in Idaho. So far, my building, my foundation, at first, I will only, for proper protection, I have 50,000 gigs, 50,000 dollars. So that management, 250. Emergency fund, only have 5, and of course I have some 401k. But now the WSB proper protection 4 million with my whole family. 230, that management. Emergency funds, 35k, and of course it's going much 401k. So I know I have a lot of obstacles, negativities around me, but that doesn't stop me because I want my problem. The reason why I did this business is because of my family. So I want to build a bigger business to help my family to have a better life, and of course my kids to have a better future. So I want them to be. I want our family to be financially independent someday. Thank you so much for letting me share.
Yeah. Don't you yet. I want to ask Gina a question. Gina, share with us, I can assume, but I would like you to share yourself. Why are you working 3 jobs, I hear that your husband didn't come until 2019. So when you were here, you were by yourself, right? And what makes you work 3 jobs? Why you need so much money, quote unquote, to be working like that?
Well, I came from a poor family. Like we didn't really have that much, and starting here in the United States, we have at that time that we had to be separated because there's like 6 of us, my parents and then 3 of my siblings, and I still have three more siblings in the Philippines before in 2000. I was only 20 years old back then. So, I want to make, I had to have a job in order to put myself to go for school because my goal is for me to be able to finish college. That is my main goal coming here in United States is to finish to have a college degree and be able to help out my family in the Philippines and here, of course.
So can I ask, at the highest month you ever made with those three jobs? How much did you make in 1 month at the highest one?
6,000.
Three job and the highest make $6,000, right? And like I mentioned, in October, she made 37,000. And in November, she made 13,000. And that's why the last just 2 months alone, she made $50,000. Have you been able to quit some jobs now? You're still part-time with us, I think, right?
Yes, I'm part-time. Actually, I quit in and out already and long time actually, and even it's not luck. So I'm just doing it for, I'm just doing the present thing.
Hey, can we give Gina a big, big hand? 'Cause I think as much as there's a lot of stories about, the typical American kid that, goes to school and works corporate and, goes to a corporate job and still feeling like glass ceiling, but there's another side of America like Gina, where coming here and really starting from scratch and working, whether like In-N-Out, McDonald's, and, just trying to put yourself through school, paycheck to paycheck, send money home, whatever's left over. And yet they're so lucky to find this opportunity. So I just I'm so glad you're able to share. So thank you so much, Gina. And I know she's gonna be one of our big builders, right? Okay. The next one I have is right here in Gold Street. Can I welcome up tonight to come up here, please? Good. And oh, you already have a mic, okay. I want to introduce you this very humble lady. I'll let her share first. But imagine, she comes from Fiji, and I know it's one of the biggest reason why she's doing this business to help her community. But she is still working at the post office, actually. And she's from Santa Rosa. For those of you here in Northern California, it's about 2 hours drive here, from here, San Jose. She's gonna share with you, her background, her story, why she's willing to drive 2 hours every Wednesday, every Saturday to do this business and what she's accomplished. So everybody give it up for tonight. So. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Gold Street. It's a pleasure and honor for me to be here. Thank you, Coach Alicia and Coach Swan this morning. I'm so excited. This is an exciting business. A little bit of my background. Oh, go ahead. There's my picture there at the post office. That was taken last night. I had to ask a customer just before I closed my window. She came in with like 10 of those certified mail, and I said, "Oh my God, I just want to get out of here," because I had an appointment with another customer, with a client. But anyway, as I was doing it, I thought, "Okay, can you take a picture of me?" She said, "Sure." So I gave her my camera, and then she took a picture so I could send it to Kevin. But anyway, I'm so excited to be here this morning. My background, as you can see right there, I was born in Fiji. I came to the United States 20+ years ago through the green card lottery that some of you are aware of. My background in Fiji, I'm a HR specialist, and I worked with Shell, the oil company, petroleum company. Came over here looking for a better opportunity. Okay, like all immigrants that are here, always looking for a better opportunity for a family and for ourselves. So, yeah, that was 20 years ago. I got introduced to this business in April of this year. 2 months later, I became MD. I got my license. And right now I have like over 100 people in my day shop, right? I have 6 or 7 licenses as of today. Yes. I have 2 MD, GXMD that was promoted 2 weeks ago, 2 getting promoted next week, and before the end of the year, another 4 getting promoted. GXMD. Apart from myself, I have three GXMD3 builders that is qualifying to go to Mexico City. Yeah, all right, in April. All right, so that's me, my previous occupation. I was a caregiver, like most of our Fijian community here. It's a very taxing job. You're physically handling people, and a lot of times, you're thinking about the family back home. Okay, just to say a little bit. Fiji's economy was propped up by sugar. We sold sugar. We grew sugar in Fiji in the early 70s. Sugarcane was our biggest economy booster. After the Loni Convention, when that was all gone, tourism became one of our biggest commodity as a nation, right? When that faded, guess what's our next commodity that sends the most money? Repatriation of American funds to Fiji. That's all the caregivers that are working in the US sending money back home. So the story goes is that we send money back home, but most of the time, we don't have enough money for us back here. So we have caregivers that are ending up in the hospital, dying in the client's home, no protection, no insurance, no retirement. At 70, they continue to work. And for me, that is something, I've been here 20 years, and I see this pattern in my community, and it saddens me. So when I came into contact in April of this year, when this campaign was introduced to me, I didn't look at the money side of it, but I looked at how it would help my community. That's why I'm so passionate about this business. That's why I love this business. The reason being, I drive 2 hours, if you look at that chart up there, from Santa Rosa down here. I'm so excited because it's such a simple business. Like Coach Alicia already explained, it's GX, it's 315. How simple can it be? And we're immigrants, English is our second language. If you make it complicated, you lose us. Seriously, 315, every month you do 315, you grow your business. It's an amazing platform. That's why I'm in it. That's why I love this business. I'm passionate about this. I drive 2 hours and people say, man, that's such a long drive. But you know what I do in those 2 hours when I'm driving? I'm thinking about what I'm going to do in the week. I'm declaring in my car. I'm declaring about how my business is going to grow. I'm declaring about my team. I'm praying for my team members. I'm praying for my business. I'm praying for Coach Alicia and Coach Swan. The people continue to be strong and continue to make money so they can continue to reimburse us. Oh my God. And Alicia and Coach are the best coaches. They make well, and you know what? They're not greedy. They share their wealth. That's one thing I can't get over. Alicia right here, man, she reimburses us like no one else. I love it. I love our coaches. Anyway, moving forward, when I'm driving down here, okay, that's my uniform at the back of my car. So I work 9 to 5 at the post office. When I'm at work, I'm looking at the clock, like, hurry up, 5 o'clock, I'm gonna get out of here. As soon as somebody says, I'll get my appointments all set up. I gotta get my business going, right? My team is growing, they're exploding, and the pressure is on me, right? So that's the trunk of my car there. I got my GX shirt, I've got my toiletries and everything there. As soon as I clock out of the post office, guess what? And I'm the only female, so the bathroom is there, is on mine. So everything's spread, hanging up my jacket, so that's all like my own personal bathroom. So anyway, I get out of there, and this is my team. Straight out of work, I run up to Sacramento, I meet my team in Starbucks right here, and just prospecting. And sometimes we prospect, we recruit, we PFS, we fast start all in one night. We have to, because I'm working part-time, and my time is very limited, so I'm gonna do all of that all in one sitting. So by the time I get in my car to go home, it's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning, right? So I go home, get up, go to the post office. Before you open the window of the post office, people are standing with your parcel. It's like, oh my gosh, it's only 9 o'clock. Can you guys come at 11? I'm still trying to wake up because I've been doing this, with my team. So that's my team. My team is growing right there, and we're GXing every month. And these are bubble charts. Which one is and it's expanding, so that looks it's complicated, but it's very simple. This is an exciting business. If you're here for the first time, this is what I want to tell you. This is an exciting business. It is so simple. The money you make is so rewarding. That's how much my I hate to show this page, but Kevin loves to tell everybody. So, when I'm at work and he calls me every Tuesday or Friday, tonight, guess what? I said, what? Guess how much you got paid? What? You got paid this and this. Oh my God, Kevin, for real? Yes, okay, bye. So I don't have to look on my WFG to look at my paycheck. Kevin calls me to tell me. So I've been in the business like just over 6 months. And that is what I'm making. So part-time. So, coach, I'm very soon going to be full-time in Coach Alicia. And that's it. It's better to become full-time, better than the office, right? But, I hope you understood what you did. I mean, that's a real statistic. The biggest economy to Fiji right now is the people in America, the Fiji Americans sending money back. Okay, so that's why, we have a growing Fijian team that is here, because they realize that, it's not a sustainable way to boost their family. And especially if they can't take care of themselves here, there's only a matter of time that they get sick, something happens to them, and then both countries, you collapse, right? So anyways, she one of the rising superstar right now, and actually, it's very true. Every time we say, tonight, you gotta be so proud about how much you make, you gotta show people it's doable. We don't wanna show people that, only engineer or PhD can make money, or it takes like, 20, 30 years to make money, but actually she always is shy, and wherever we ask her, but I know that it's a big deal, for you, for your family, and, for the community that you're bringing in to make that type of income. So, I'm like, almost, how many percent of the Fijian community that become caregiver, the ones that come to US? Like 99.9%. Right? So honestly, if you look into the hospital, you take the Filipinos are all the nurses, but all the home health aides is the Fijian, right? And, we always say, on one hand, we feel really bad because we know that those senior citizens, or the sick people need help from them. But at the same time, we feel bad, as you can see, they get physically hurt themselves doing all the lifting, and oftentimes, actually, tonight, so Coach wants to mention that in back their home country, they're actually economists. She was an HR. They are all business owner. They have high profession back in their home country, but when they come here, similar to everybody associated Vietnamese people with nails or, stuff like that, they all come here thinking the fastest, the easiest way to make money proven in our community is caregiving, right? So that's why 99% of them go into caregiving. And anyways, I just, the last thing that I was gonna say is that a lot of times the other reason we're so passionate to help them, because they don't even get to live at home, because sometimes the way they get hired as a caregiver is to be a live-in caregiver for that family, right? So Monday through Friday, they live and work pretty much on call 24 hours, right? Monday through Friday, and they only get to go home to their family Saturday and Sunday, because sometimes they're living with the patient or the client to help them with, the daily activities of daily living. Most of from my group, most of them live with their clients. And so when they get off living in 24 hours on Friday night or Friday morning, they go straight to their clients and they do their PFS and they do their recruitment and all that. That's what happens. They're planning and, setting up appointments when they at work after hours. So as soon as they get off, just like me, they change into their business attire and then business as usual. So we love this business. All right, let's do a big hand to you tonight. Please tell them the team, okay? And our one more testimonial that I'm going to introduce to you. His name is Vikram Kirikara. He is he's from and based out of Seattle, Washington. But today he happened to be traveling because he is also building the business all over. So that's one other part of our beautiful system. I think, Vin mentioned that you're able to access and plug into all the offices we have all over US and Canada, right? So that's why you can see how fast our people grow because, they don't have to rely just on you in the local area. But anyways, he's calling in from Los Angeles today. And, Vikram is gonna be the scoop of, when we have a formula, we say that when you do GX yourself, we know you're gonna make about $100,000 income. But every GX that you build adds on another 100,000. So for example, when you do 2 GX, you make 200,000. When you have 3 GX, you make 300,000. That's why, I showed you those steps earlier from GX to GX MD to MD Builder, because that's focusing on you doing GX and then building GX under you, okay? And Vikram's gonna help be a testimony of that. So let's give a big hand to Vikram Perikera.
Are we audible here?
You're very good.
Perfect. Okay, so my name is Vikram. I'm from the sunny city of Seattle, but then I brought the rain from Seattle to LA today. Well, I'm from the good-looking office Financial Center. So today I'm going to be talking about a very important topic. In fact, Alicia just touched on it, which is the importance of the system. A little bit of background: I did my master's from University of Cincinnati in quantitative analysis, and then I was indoctrinated into finding a job. And so I thought jobs are going to be safe, it's going to be secure, it's going to be stable. But then it didn't work out like that for me. There were a lot of layoffs that were happening. Personally, for myself, I got laid off 7 times in my life. It was very disgusting to go through experience after experience. But then the best part was when the 6th time I got laid off, that's when I realized that I need to have something as a backup. And so I was like, where is a place where there is a system? And so, of course, the System Builder book, the World System Builder. And then Alicia did touch on it. You only need a system if you want to be big. And I wanted to be big. I wanted to be really, really big. And in the corporate world, personally for myself, again, this is nothing to say against the corporate world, but for me, it was not the place for me. I wanted to do something way bigger than what I was actually being paid over there. So happy for that. The GX program. Before actually GX, I used to make from the business $155,000 part-time. This was back in 2021. Yeah, I was able to make $155,000 part-time from the business, but then I was not able to scale the business. Why do I say that? Because again, in 2022, I was close to just about that. So there's no way where I saw I could become something or somebody bigger than myself. That's when, of course, I hit the GX, and in fact, Alicia did touch on what are all the types when we do GX. And so my learning from the GX was get good at the business. We get good at the business when we do GX. We learn all these things. We learn recruiting, we learn sales, we learn field training. We make money, we get the promotion, we duplicate ourselves, we simplify, unify, multiply. There's an extremely high amount of discipline and focus when we actually start to do GX. And once you do GX, I was able to bring value to the people, so I actually got paid more. And my belief, my confidence, my conviction level absolutely rose through the roof. And when people actually do GX, especially when people do GX consistently, what it means is 15,000 points per year. It's going to be 180,000 points a year. And at a 65% SMB contract level, it's $10,000 per month, which is $120,000 a year. And I was able to accomplish that. But then after, and by the way, this is what I used to make from my job, $115,000 from the IT world. But then after GX, I was able to double my income. In fact, way more than double my income. It's actually close to 2.5 times by doing GX. So it's absolutely possible, $274,000 in half the amount of time because I was doing it part-time. So for me, like Alicia mentioned, what next? Of course, I was already in SMD, so I was Titanex. You see me wearing this Titanex jacket. So the discipline, the focus, I was able to get through Titanex. But then the next logical step is, of course, Kahuna, where if I want to make it big, which I have an ambition, I have a desire, I have the drive. And so my next task was to build the GX. And so I started focusing on the big base shop. So in October, we did have 5 GX in the base. And some of the learnings from Kahuna was, of course, I started focusing on the bubble chart. That's a topic for another day. Clear focus, extreme clear focus on what to do next. And then whenever I used to talk with people, I have to believe in people because if people have not, let's say there's a new person, they've not done GX before. So obviously they don't know how to do GX and they probably don't believe in how to do it. So that's where we need to believe in the team. We need to challenge them. We need to demand from the team. And so for me, I identified who was attending the meetings consistently and then who's actually running, who actually rose their hand up and said, I want to run for GX. I focused on them. And so from a cash flow standpoint, Alicia did touch on it. This is the GX program. When somebody is GX, when I was GX, when you have one GX, which is basically 20K day shop, personally, when I do GX, I make $10,000, which I showed before. But then if you have one more GX, you make an additional 4K. So technically, over a period of a year, it's close to $100,000. When you yourself do GX, when you have 2 GX, you make 200K. 3 GX, 300K. 4 GX, 400K. 5 GX, 500K. Consistently, when you start doing Kahuna, you're going to see 500K. And for me, because I'm starting to do Kahuna, this is my income like over the past 12 months. So the system works, and this is as of November. November is not over yet, and I will be way past $500,000 rolling 12 months because of the system that we have in place. And so the next task is obviously the big Kahuna, where if it's 10 GX, it's going to be $1 million. And I know that it's going to take less than a year for me to get there, basically doubling the income in less than a year, and I'm absolutely confident of that. So again, the importance of the system. You only need a system if you want to be big. I want to be big, and I hope you want to be big. And so I represent the Seattle Financial Center in Bellevue, but as of today, I'm attending the Wilshire Financial Center.
Amazing, amazing. All right, can we give, before I make my closing remarks, can we give all of our testimonies today, including Vikram wrapping it up for us here? I hope that what you've been able to see with, all of the examples from, the financial foundation, sharing about financial, first, you got to educate yourself and apply the financial education to your own, to your own financial situation, okay? When you apply for yourself, you're going to want to share with other people, and that you can see the examples today. But even with, did you see when it comes to, okay, how do I learn? Did you see Gina's slides that she showed you exactly, hey, I went to meetings twice a week, and then we had this event and that event. And every single event, a few months, every 2 to 3 months, we're able to train her and build her, right? And that's how she's able to understand the business. All right, and then we have the system like GX that you see tonight and Vikram, be able to, once you learn how to do it yourself, you're able to duplicate it. That is a reflection of your income as well. So, my final comments that I want to leave you with, and a little story of what do we do this all for, right? Why you need to build your future with WSP, okay? Is I really want you to see the importance of what we call the financial foundation, okay? So you saw earlier, we talked about your financial foundation is protection. Okay, yeah. So anyways, so I will go back to that, the financial foundation. But since this is the fall summit, it's our last one of the year. right? And I know what's coming up is something that we're all familiar with, which is in the US is Thanksgiving in a couple weeks. Canada already had their Thanksgiving last month in October. And can you imagine, most of us, especially holiday season, is a very exciting time because it's all about gratitude and family, right? And being able to spend time together. But ironically, within 24 hours, not even 24 hours, like 12 hours later, it becomes all about this. You hear about Black Friday in US and Boxing Day in Canada, which is the same concept, but the day after Christmas. Right? And what do we do all this for? Just so that we have so many unnecessary plastic presents under the tree. Right? And before, it only was something that we worried about once a year. The overspending only happened once a year, maybe twice a year on a birthday. But today, it's all over. Right? Now today, it's every single day on your phone, every hour on your phone, you're being sold to.
Yeah.
About to buy something more that you don't need. You don't need any more makeup because of a sale. You don't need more clothes because there's some clothes in your closet you haven't worn in 2 years.
So true.
You don't need any more hacks from Amazon to try to be more convenient life for you. Right? But we're literally consuming every second now. Right? When I go to birthdays and I go to weddings nowadays, those weddings that I attend before, or those birthdays that I attend, I usually only saw that on TV. And now all of us thought that we're celebrating Sweet 16 like we're some rapper's daughter. Now all of us are getting married as if we are also on the red carpet. We're changing 3 dresses and we have so many flowers and that cost $20,000-$30,000 that gets tossed away the next day. We have to really knock into some sense to ourselves. So we want to share with you that this financial foundation, although it looks simple, it actually should be the biggest focus of your daily life. I would challenge you. In fact, I don't want to make it official yet, but I possibly might have an interview with Investopedia in the next week to share with them about common holiday, don't go into holiday debt. And, instead of every day getting consumed by what you need more of and the hacks and what you must have, why don't you focus on building your financial foundation? Your kids don't need 10 more toys on the 25th. They need more college funding for their future. They need you to be out of debt so that you can start and, having a peaceful life. You can start maybe working less and stay at home more. That's what they need from you. They need you to invest in your retirement so that one day you can actually retire, not wait until you're 70, 75, 80 and too old to have good memories with them, right? So, today we're consumed with all the shopping and even with get rich quick, we're too focused on what's the hot stock right now, the hot Bitcoin right now. We need to really talk into a sense and say, please do it sensibly, do it slowly, but do it solidly. That's why we want to show you today that not only we have a great campaign, great financial education, we have great products that we can offer to people that help them give peace of mind, give guarantees, or give, at least a managed growth for their portfolio. But last but not least, that there's money to be made. And in traditional financial industry, they're not going out and to recruit you from their enterprise rent-a-car. They're not going to talk to you at jury duty, right? They are very selective because they are also selective with their clientele, as you saw Vince share. But for us, we are so proud that we recruit and talk to the people like me and you. The social worker, the student, the Uber driver, the McDonald's worker, the In-N-Out worker. Because we deserve financial education too. Right? And with financial education, don't worry, we're not boring. We're actually very fun. You heard tonight talk about that I'm reimbursing her. What am I reimbursing her for? We take her to travel, right? In fact, she was with us just 2 months ago in Korea, right? Where we took 3,200 people. But these are every year we take people to travel across a different country, right? So today our total is almost 43,000 people, and 40% of that number is family members. Not, I know today travel is becoming a big thing, especially in my age group. I'm a little concerned because I love the fact that they're traveling young while you still can, right? But I'm also really worried that I don't know if it's all debt free, you know? And so what about you come here, you learn your financial foundation, you start working on that. And when you go travel with us, you do it because you can afford to. You do it because you have peace of mind, right? That, hey, you know what? I go on this trip, it cost me $2,000, but because that's what I earned in WSB to pay for that off, right? I've been able to take care of my debt, and that's why I travel with us. So I was asked to share about our next trip called, we're going to Poland, okay? And people ask me all the time, how do you plan something that have 3,000 people? So I want to show you a real behind the scenes to show you what goes behind these type of events, that this all real is not, fantasy, right? So for example, I'm just gonna give a quick summary, but and in our inspection trip, we go through the different cities and go to the same tours you're gonna go on so that we can give them feedback. Oh, it's too much walking, or, oh, you need to give them more time to take pictures here, et cetera. We curate and design every part, right? We check the different venues, we pick which ones that we want to select for your experience. We have to do the vodka tasting, just to make sure that it's appropriate for you, the quality. That's a joke, by the way. Okay, but I did physically go to 21 hotels to check the rooms, to check the breakfast, to check, all of that to make sure I ranked them, Helen, so that I could say, these are my favorite 5 we'll use in this city. Okay, and yeah, I also have to try the dishes for you to make sure they're the best cooked dish for you. And a lot of walking, as you can see, with all the different things we do. So what you can expect when you travel with us, okay? We're gonna go to a city called Warsaw, where they have we're part of the city tour will be, we walk through the Lisinski Park, the palace, we go to the old town and the famous square, and then you'll see in a panoramic bus tour, the Palace of Culture and Society, which is the icon of the city, right? And the other city we'll go to is called Krakow. There's a famous square called Marin Square, and we'll go to see the Royal Castle, take a picture in the courtyard. And this is not part of the tour, but it's a famous part. You can do an optional tour called the Salt Mine, where, Poland was famous for mining salt. And the miners would pray because it's so deep underground, they get scared. So they actually built chapels inside, all 100% out of salt. Like those crystal chandeliers is salt crystal. And the Last Supper drawing is carved out of salt. They have a Pope John Paul statue also out of salt, right? So that's a very, fun thing to see. And then in Yasna Gora, we'll stop by and see one famous church called the Black Madonna, where the Black Madonna painting is. But even if you're not religious, I let people know, oh my gosh, you're gonna see the architecture of the beautiful columns, the gold painting on the ceiling, on the crown molding, etc. And it goes a lot of work behind the scenes. We have to talk to the priests, we have to talk to the nuns about, because they have service while we're there. They have different mass and stuff like that. So we have to say, while our tour comes, can you host mass at a different time? Or can you block off this so our team can see? All of that is, customized for our group, right? And the planning behind the scenes, why do I have to go to 21 different hotels? I check the room size, I check the quality, not the rating, right? I explained to my team that you gotta learn how to be a traveler, not a tourist, right? A tourist is just expecting everything to be like their home country, America, right? You want everything to be, really big and air conditioned and whatnot. You can't go to Vietnam and expect America, right? You can't go to Poland and expect America. So that's being a tourist. But if you're a traveler, you go to learn from every country, right? So one example of that is quality, not rating, because I went to a 5-star that I actually rated one of the lower ones compared to the 4-star. because the 4-star was newly renovated, whereas the 5-star was actually hasn't been worked on for 10 years, right? So that's the reason why I personally go to the hotels myself. I check out, even if it's a beautiful hotel, but it's too far from the city, it might not be a good choice, you know? So location and what are the dining options? From the dinners, they ask me even what table setting. It's almost like I plan a wedding every single year. Okay, you know, and we always go with the simplest one because most of you are dancing the night away anyways. You're not sitting at the table. But what could you expect to eat when you go to Poland, right? Because in America, we only know Polish, or we only know Poland for the Polish hot dog at the Costco that used to be 150. Okay, but they took it away now. So yes, Poland has Polish sausages, but they're also famous for steak tartare, for pierogies, for duck confit, for chicken noodle soup, for potato pancakes, for bagels, pretzels, beef stew, cabbage stuffed rolls, and many, many more. And of course, they're very, very famous for vodka. That I tried 7 different kinds just for you. Potato vodka, rye vodka, cherry vodka, honey vodka, and after that one, I don't remember. But we'll go together and we'll forget again, okay? So registration is going to open soon, but I wanted to let you know the dates for the trip will be between the month of September 2026. Okay, September 10 through 17 if you're Group A, or 11 through 18 if you're Group B. Okay, so the reason I want to share this with you is you didn't know that today by coming here, you actually might be like Tanai and Gina and joining us in Poland 12 months from now. But you know, I know that seems very far-stretched. Like Mohammed's looking at me like, Alicia, you're crazy. I'm stuck at the airport renting cars to people. Okay, but it's honestly doable if you put in time. Okay, we're not telling you to quit your job, but we're asking you after work, like tonight, 5 p.m. or whatever shift you have, right? Can you put on your suit or put on your dress clothes, come to the local financial center, right? And learn on a weekly basis, learn about licensing, learn about financial education, financial concepts like paying off your debt, learn the different products, etc. Things that you need to know anyways for your personal finance. Okay? And our next event that we have coming up is what we call launch convention. So our launch convention will be February in 2026, and in US, we're all going to be on the same date on February 7 and 8. Okay? We have 3 locations, California, Texas, and Maryland. So just like you see today, even though we're live, but we're all over 400 locations. But once a year, we want to get everybody together. So in the West Coast, we will all combine together in California. In the Midwest, we all combine together in Texas. The East Coast, we all combine together in Maryland. We already have commitment of 14,000 attendees, right, for this event. And then in Toronto, 1 week later, we're all going to come together in Toronto, in Canada, on the February 14th and 15th. And this is how we build you from event to event. How many of you today learned at least one, you took away one thing, you learned one thing today from today's session, right? I think you learned more than one, but at least one, right? We have almost everybody raise their hand here. Imagine you come back again and every time you come, you learn a little bit more, right? Just like my son, my 1-year-old, has learned ABC. He took the whole entire kindergarten, 9 months just to learn A through Z. Can you put in time to come and learn for your own financial future, right? So your next steps are after I finish, I'm gonna pass on to the local financial center. So don't get up right away, all the local offices or the homes and the churches. Find out what's the local financial center schedule. Start attending the financial education workshops. Register for the launch convention, because you gotta learn to build yourself every event, right? And you know what? Next time you come in February, don't come alone. You know, Cheryl, maybe you realize, oh my gosh, this is a great information. I need to bring my sister next time. I need to bring my coworker. Like tonight, and you might have 10 people with you in February, right? And that's how, with a mutual understanding, you now start to have a team. Does that make sense? So you start building your future with WSB. And I know a lot of you are going to say, you know, I'm so busy already. I just want to caution you don't be too busy for your dream. You know, yes, because I'm sure actually you look at your phone, you could probably cut down some screen time, just like I need to do with my kids, right? You could probably realize you don't need to do many more shopping. You don't need to do as many gifts. You know, I'm not trying to take everybody's childhood away, but we should just be sensible. You know, make it at least just minimum or something like that, right? And you know what, instead of the time at home at night that you would have just watched Netflix, why don't you put it towards building your future? Okay, so as a final statement, a strong financial education industry is emerging. We have a growing need for financial education and building a strong financial foundation for our future. So you have seen today the proof that we help many people start a new career on a flexible part-time basis. Okay, many of them, like Vikram, become entrepreneur, become full-time, and build a large organization in multiple cities. So before you tell us you don't have time, I ask you back, would you rather shrink your dreams to fit the current income that you're making right now? Or would you rather increase your income and build out your dreams and actually live them with us through WSB? All right. So with that, let's get back to the local financial centers and we will see you at our next event. All right. Thank you so much. So we're gonna turn the lights on. And so what?
What an awesome day. You guys agree? Now, here's my takeaway. The worst case scenario is spend 3 hours here sitting down and experience your things with information you acquired as knowledge, right? And now you have the opportunity to propel that into wisdom, right? The best scenario, now you have the opportunity to build your future, big future with WFG, do your business right, and change your lives. All right. What is the language? GX or become a tuna. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. But before we end this session, let me bring CEO of WSB, Zach Savani. Hello, everyone.
How you guys doing? There's nothing I can say that I can top up the message that was sent today. You saw, testimonials, you saw the stories, and you saw the people who took this opportunity and, changed their life, changed their future. As for me, I've been in this business for more than 22 and a half years. But my background has nothing to do with what I do. My background is IT. I graduated from York University in 1995. Right after graduation, I got a job with CIBC, but I was on the technology side of CIBC. I worked for CIBC technology for 8 years, and then somebody introduced me to the business, like some of you are introduced today. I came. I liked the idea. I started business on a part-time basis. I was part-time for less than a year. Then I left my full-time job. This became my full-time. One of the main reasons when I came and I started presentations, I decided to do this business was at the time I was 43 years old. Now you can calculate my age, right? Then I was thinking to myself, let's assume I work for the next 22 years. I turned 65, which I'm 66 now. But then at that time, what kind of a retirement I'm going to have, what kind of a lifestyle I'm going to have. And the picture that was created was not a beautiful picture, okay? I had a job, I was making good money. Just imagine, end of 2003, my base salary was 97,000. Not small money, right? But then I decided to change because I wanted to be my own boss. I wanted to build a business, and now I built a business that as long as I live, is bring me income, and then it's going to be passed to my next generation. Okay? If I go back, I'm going to do this again. Of course, I'm going to avoid the mistakes that I made the first time around, right? But what I'm trying to tell you, aside from product and services that we have, and they're all, everybody needs the product and services that we are offering. Aside from that, I want you to have a much bigger vision about this business. I want you to see yourself having a business and becoming an entrepreneur and having passive income and creating a legacy for the, for your next generation. Okay, so having said that, there are a few announcements I have to make. Next week, Saturday, we have a trainer academy. So talk to your SMD, they're gonna let you know how you're gonna register. It's gonna be in Brampton, the address is in Brampton. So make sure you come to that meeting. And also, I wanted to thank all those people who helped us with the setup today. People come from morning, some people were here even last night, they set up the chairs, they did the coffee, they did the refreshment, whatever they did. I appreciate all of you, and I thank all of you for coming and helping us to have a wonderful meeting as we have today. And let me look at my note, because you see, as you age, you cannot remember everything that you want to say, right? Okay, by the way, we were supposed to have, by the way, we were supposed to have 2 speakers, and list of people that they were supposed to come and share, their experience, but because, it was a mix up in the schedule at the beginning, we decided to postpone that to, next summit. And one thing somebody mentioned to me, that because today is the last summit of 2025, they asked everyone to stay back. We're gonna take a picture, a group picture, okay? And then we're gonna send it to WSB, in San Jose. So that's okay. You're also part of this session. And also, you understand that this session was registered. Okay, this time around, Samuel registered. But then the money that we pay for registration, it doesn't go to WSB. It goes for the lottery. Okay, so you need to understand everything, all those sessions, all those offices, they all contribute, and it's going to be part of the charity. Once again, I appreciate all of you, especially people who help. And I don't want to mention names, because last time I mentioned names and I forgot some names and I got penalized for that. So this time around, I'm not going to mention names. I just thank everyone who helped us with the setup. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to take a picture and just do the table. Or you want to give it
Thank you, Samuel, for preparing for the pattern. Oh, yeah. I Hold on. Here. Right here. Can you change the screen? Yeah.
We can change the screen. We want to put stuff in the. Where's the, Oh. I didn't realize. Another round. Oh, so put that, okay, we're. Oh, hard. Yes, everybody. You want to take a picture? You take the picture. You don't want to take very long. The plant is to get out. You don't picture. You don't picture. So come in. Go center, please. Go center. Center, yeah. Take a lot, take a lot. I know it's nice. Bacon. Okay, ready? Point five. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Very good. Yeah. I'm sure that's it. Hear me? It's 10 right now. I'll check a bar. It's so funny.
Like what? Beautiful. Okay. You know. Move on. Continue with that.
Xe ở
Dạ.
xe ở
Dạ ok ok. Dạ.
Peter, you should go on fire. You might have felt. You don't say, but it won't be long. I'll do that. Not in the top. I feel.
These are top ones.
Không quan trọng bạn được.
Còn biết bao nhiêu người bây giờ rồi. Hỏi con cho bao nhiêu người trong đó.
Bạn còn ở đây giống như bạn đi làm chung với gì em đâu có.
Hỏi, để mà hỏi người ta có ai muốn biết tên sách sao mình mong.
Em chị anh một đi qua đây đi gọi không ngờ luôn rồi. Anh bắt đầu niệm thôi chị.
Tôi ngồi tăng rồi lần nè.
Cái này chứ em nghĩ người ta ngồi tới giờ em lục.
Nhưng mà mỗi năm thì đúng tháng 2, 2010.
Vậy rồi.
Tháng 2 thì giờ tháng 2 2026 nó mới gọi thành cao. Mỗi năm mới gọi một lần. Anh nói đó, mình có thể góp bình phòng ra để mình sách.
Chồng em không phải online đâu.
Ok, tại mỗi năm nếu mà có trường muốn xử lý thì
Em không nhanh.
Like. Or is it like paper towel? I don't know if it's work related, but I don't know what people want to do with this, but we never did get it to work. I can't be. Sure what they want to do. Ask me about. I mean, it's. Somebody knows.
I'm looking for it. Usually don't have rain or finish. This one is very good. Hmm? You know what? Yeah, Malu. It's Filipino. It's I think it's a cheese. Yeah, yeah, that's why it's nice. Yeah. Where oh, sorry. In Filipino bakery here in Wilton and Bata.
Was this?
Yeah. It's good.
Yeah, maybe you have to wash it and then you.
Well, no, the thing is, it's broken. Doesn't work.
Yeah.
We never were able to figure out how it worked. The water would not go from the reservoir into the coffee pot. So.
Want a tea? Want a tea? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's hot. Guys, look here.
Very hot.
Yeah, okay. Drink more, drink more.
Oh, I gotta take 3.
Yeah. I think we can try to, to dry like that. That's so pretty. We definitely need to go to the washroom. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. A tea bag got stuck in the.
Oh, I see.
Towels or anything. Or cloths or anything. That's okay. So part of the clean things if you're starting to clean or. Oh, there was a. Yeah. No, there was some calls. Well, I didn't see anything.
Yeah. the one in-
Yes, me too. Me too. Nice. No dance class anymore?
Huh?
No dance class anymore?
Well,
Sundays?
Not here, honestly.
Right. And this is how I dry my hands.
Oh, why? Wash it. Wash it.
Why? I dry my. That,
Not clean.
who said it's not clean?
Check.
No, I take showers every single day.
You coming and in the morning, wow, it's okay.
This is how I dry. This is how I dry my hair.
Yeah, next week we'll do that.
That is the way how I can wash my hair.
That's why I don't use comb. Time to go home.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Take care.
Sir. Take care.
Good weekend. Bye.
How are you doing?
How are you? You have a lot of guests today?
No,
No?
what about you?
No?
What about you?
I have my team, just promote the team and the yeah.
Vamos a business something. See? And still, I know. We're about to finish now. Again, I should not go, but I can't.
Hello, Lily. Hello. Can't hold it. Let's see if we have enough.
You have reached an unassigned number at Loyola University Medical Center. Please hang up and dial 708-216-9000.
You're dancing. You do. You do. You keep us busy, right? Yes, because you can get me. I'm trying to take this one. So let's see.
Are you still here? Okay, we're gonna close the office. We're closing the office. So let's go. Lynn.
Huh?
Close your door because there's a guy there. Quick question, Joker. Who's the game? Don't ask me that question, right? Don't ask me.
Trong Mammoth đầu 2. Nine.